The wind comes first, before the banners, before the drums, before the name that will cross deserts and mountains and terrify cities that have never seen a Mongol horseman. There is only the wind moving over the high grasslands of northeastern Asia, dragging dust across the open earth and flattening the dry stalks of grass until the land seems to breathe in long, restless waves. It is a place without walls, without permanent shelter for most who live there, without easy mercy. In winter, the cold can harden the rivers and kill animals where they stand. In summer, the heat can turn pasture into a fragile promise that may vanish with drought. A family can be rich in horses one season and near starvation the next. A child can be born into a noble lineage and still wake hungry, hunted and alone. Out here, survival is not a background detail, it is the first law. Somewhere in this world, probably in the 1160s, though scholars still debate the exact year, a boy named Temujin is born near the Onon River, in a landscape of wooded valleys, open steppe, and shifting tribal territories. He is not born into an empire. There is no Mongol Empire yet. There is no single Mongol people moving as one vast force. There are clans, lineages, rival chiefs, temporary confederations, old grudges, bride kidnappings, raids for animals, and alliances sealed by marriage or oath, and broken when fear or hunger makes betrayal useful. The people who live here are not primitive wanderers drifting without order, as later enemies sometimes imagine. They know their land with extraordinary precision. They understand pasture, distance, weather, animal behavior, and the politics of kinship. They can move a household across huge spaces with felt tents, children, weapons, cooking pots, and herds, leaving almost no trace but trampled grass and cold ash. They are adapted to a world that punishes slowness. The secret of Genghis Khan's rise begins not with some sudden hunger for world conquest, but with this environment. The steppe teaches mobility before ambition. It teaches that wealth must walk on four legs. Because stored grain and fixed cities belong to a different world, it teaches that power is not held in stone but in people, animals, memory, fear, and reputation. A chief who cannot feed his followers loses them. A warrior who cannot keep his promises dies isolated. A clan that cannot retaliate invites attack. Yet the same world that creates endless violence also creates a rare kind of flexibility. Groups can merge, strangers can be adopted, captives can become followers, enemies can become commanders if a leader is bold enough to trust talent more than blood. What later makes Genghis Khan so dangerous is not that he escapes the logic of the steppe. It is that he understands it more deeply than his rivals, then bends it until it becomes something larger than anyone around him expects. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Because the story of why Genghis Khan was unstoppable is not simply the story of battles won. It is the story of a man formed by a hard world, a society transformed from within, and an empire that begins as a survival strategy before it becomes a force capable of shaking almost every civilization it touches. The land itself is the first character in the story. The Mongolian steppe is not empty. Even when it appears empty to outsiders, it is full of invisible boundaries, seasonal grazing routes, sacred mountains, river valleys, hunting grounds, burial places, and territories claimed not by fences but by memory and force. A traveller without local knowledge can look across the horizon and see sameness, but a herder sees risk and opportunity. One valley may hold enough winter shelter for animals, Another may be exposed to killing winds. One water source may be safe. Another may lie too close to an enemy camp. Survival depends on movement, but movement requires judgment. Too early, and the animals waste strength. Too late, and the pasture is gone. No single explanation fully accounts for the later Mongol military genius, but this lifelong training in distance, timing, endurance, and coordinated movement becomes one of its foundations. The horse is central, but not in the simple way it is often imagined. The Mongols do not merely ride horses, they live through them. A warrior may have several mounts, changing horses across long distances so no single animal collapses. Mares provide milk, which can be fermented into aerug. Herds provide status, food, transport, trade value, and strategic reach. Children learn to ride early, sometimes before they have full command of every other part of life: the saddle, the bow, the felt tent. The herd and the open horizon create a society in which movement is ordinary, not exceptional. When later armies of farmers, city soldiers, and armoured nobles meet Mongol forces, they are not facing men who have learned cavalry as a specialised military skill. They are facing people whose entire childhood has been a long apprenticeship in balance, speed, hunting, and survival across open space. Yet the steppe does not automatically create empire. For centuries, powerful nomadic confederations had risen and fallen across Inner Asia Xiongnu, Turks, Uyghurs, Khitans, and others. The land produces formidable riders, but it also produces fragmentation. Pastoral wealth is mobile, which makes it raidable. Clans compete over pasture and prestige. Leaders must constantly distribute plunder, settle disputes, arrange marriages, and prove that following them is better than abandoning them. A chief's authority often depends less on fixed institutions than on charisma, generosity, ancestry, and success. Failure can be fatal. Followers drift away. Allies change sides. Brothers quarrel. Sons divide inheritance. The same mobility that makes steppe warriors dangerous to outsiders makes unity among themselves difficult to sustain. This is the world into which Temujin is born, violent, fluid, and politically unstable. The Mongols themselves are only one part of a much broader steppe mosaic. Nearby are Tatars, Merkits, Naimans, Karayids, and other groups, each with its own leaders, grievances, and ambitions. To the south lies the great settled world of northern China, with the Jin dynasty controlling rich cities, agricultural land, armies, bureaucracy, and resources beyond anything the steppe can produce on its own. Trade links connect nomads and farmers, but so do tribute, raiding, manipulation, and war. Chinese states often try to play steppe groups against one another, rewarding some, punishing others, and preventing any single confederation from growing too strong. The steppe and the settled world are opposites in many ways, but they are also locked together. Horses, grain, metal goods, silk, slaves, livestock, and information move between them. So does violence. One of the lesser-known truths about Genghis Khan's rise is that he does not emerge from isolation. The steppe is not cut off from world politics. Temujin grows up in a frontier zone shaped by long-distance trade, diplomacy, and imperial interference. The people of the grasslands know the wealth of sedentary civilizations. They know the value of Chinese goods, Muslim merchants, metal workers, scribes, and tribute systems. They may not build cities in the same way, but they understand that cities contain resources that can be taxed, exploited, spared, or destroyed. What changes under Genghis Khan is the scale and discipline with which this understanding is applied. Still, at the beginning, none of this is inevitable. The child Temujin is not marked by destiny in any way historians can prove. Later traditions, especially the great Mongol source known as the Secret History of the Mongols, surround his birth with symbols and remembered omens, but the evidence remains incomplete, and such stories often tell us as much about how an empire wanted to remember its founder as about what actually happened. What survives in the record suggests something more human and more severe. Temujin's father, Yesugei, is a minor but respected leader among the Borjigin lineage. His mother, Hoelun, has been taken from another man, a detail that reflects the harsh marriage politics of the steppe and will echo later in Temujin's own life. From the beginning, his family's story is tangled in rivalry, abduction, alliance, and resentment. This matters because Genghis Khan's later achievement is often described as if he simply conquers outward, from Mongolia into the rest of Eurasia. But before he can move outward, he must survive inward collapse. The first empire he has to conquer is the broken, distrustful world around him. He must master a society where loyalty is personal, where betrayal can come from relatives, and where a hungry family may become prey, even if it carries noble blood. The future conqueror does not grow up protected behind palace walls. He grows up in a political environment where legitimacy means little without followers, and followers cannot be commanded by name alone. There is temptation to explain his later ruthlessness by pointing to the brutality of his youth, as if suffering automatically produces conquest. That is too simple. Many children suffered on the steppe. Many were orphaned, abandoned, enslaved, or killed. Most did not become Genghis Khan. The more important point is that Temujin's early world gives him a brutal education in what fails. Kinship fails when relatives abandon the weak. Aristocratic status fails when a noble family cannot defend its animals. Old customs fail when they prevent talented outsiders from being used. Mercy fails when it is naive, but cruelty also fails if it produces endless revolt. By the time he reaches power, Temujin seems to understand that a leader must be terrifying to enemies, generous to followers, flexible with talent, and absolutely intolerant of betrayal. This combination will become one of the engines of Mongol expansion. The steppe also teaches him the importance of information. In open country, danger often arrives first as rumour hoofprints, smoke, missing animals, a distant dust cloud, a report from a traveller, a marriage alliance that suddenly shifts the balance of power. Later, Mongol armies become famous for reconnaissance, scouts, and intelligence networks. But the roots of that system lie in everyday steppe life. A camp survives by knowing where others are, what they intend, how many animals they have, whether their leaders are strong, and whether their alliances are weakening. The difference under Genghis Khan is that this instinctive information culture becomes organized at imperial scale. The climate and ecology of the steppe add another layer of pressure. Scholars still debate how much environmental change contributed to Mongol expansion, and no responsible explanation reduces the empire to weather alone. Yet pastoral societies are deeply sensitive to shifts in rainfall, pasture, and herd health. A run of favourable conditions can support population growth and larger herds. Harsh seasons can drive raiding and migration. Tree ring studies and other paleoclimate evidence have suggested that periods of unusual moisture in parts of Mongolia may have helped support the growth of horse herds around the time of imperial expansion, though the interpretation remains debated. Climate does not create Genghis Khan, but it may help explain why a newly unified steppe power could sustain the animals and mobility needed for extraordinary campaigns. In history, human ambition often rides on environmental opportunity, even when no one at the time describes it that way. To outsiders in fortified cities, the Mongols will later seem to appear from nowhere, like a storm without origin. But they do have an origin, and it is not mysterious in the supernatural sense. It is a convergence of geography, social tension, political innovation, military skill, and one unusually capable leader who learns from every wound. The mystery is not whether Genghis Khan had some impossible secret. The mystery is how a fractured steppe society, so often divided by clan rivalries, becomes unified enough to strike across continents. That transformation begins in hardship, but it does not end there. Hardship alone breaks people. Temujin's importance lies in what he builds from it. The open steppe rewards speed, but it also exposes weakness. There is nowhere to hide a failing alliance for long. A leader's reputation travels ahead of him, carried by merchants, captives, scouts, defectors, and frightened survivors. The young Temujin grows inside a world where reputation can decide whether people join you, resist you, or betray you before the battle begins. Later, when his name becomes Genghis Khan, that reputation will become a weapon as real as any bow. Cities will surrender because they have heard what happened to cities that did not. Princes will hesitate because they know hesitation has destroyed others. But before fear travels outward across Eurasia, it travels in smaller circles across the Mongol grasslands, attached to a young man who refuses to disappear when his enemies expect him to. And that is where the story tightens. The landscape has done its work. The social world has set its traps. The boy has been born into a society where noble blood offers no guarantee, where a father's death can turn allies into scavengers, and where survival may depend on a mother's endurance and a child's willingness to become harder than the world around him. The unstoppable conqueror does not begin as unstoppable. He begins vulnerable, almost erased before history has reason to notice him. The empire that will one day stretch from the Pacific toward Europe begins with a family left behind on the edge of starvation, staring across the grass at a future that offers no promise at all. When Temujin's father dies, the world does not pause to mourn him. The camp does not become sacred with grief. The steppe does not soften around the widow and her children. Yesugei's death, probably from poisoning by Tatars according to Mongol tradition, tears away the thin layer of protection that has surrounded his family, and what remains is not noble sympathy but calculation. The people who once followed him look at Holun, his wife, and at her children, still too young to command warriors, and they see a household that will consume more than it can defend. In a world where every animal matters and every winter tests the strength of a group, pity is expensive. The followers leave. The family is abandoned. It is one of the most important scenes in the making of Genghis Khan, not because it is unusual in every detail, but because it reveals the political world he must learn to defeat. Temujin is not merely grieving a father. He's watching a social order expose its teeth. The same people who had eaten under Yesugei's protection now decide that his widow and children are no longer worth carrying. Hoilun, taken years earlier from another marriage and now left with sons and dependents, must keep them alive by force of endurance. They survive on roots, wild fruits, small animals, fish, and whatever the land can yield to people who no longer have the full protection of a clan. The evidence remains incomplete, and the secret history shapes these memories into a moral drama. But the core image is believable, a family with proud ancestry reduced to scraping survival from the margins of the steppe. For Temujin, this abandonment becomes a lesson sharper than any weapon. Blood ties are not enough. Rank is not enough. A lineage name does not feed children. Later, when he begins building power, he will repeatedly act against the old assumption that aristocratic birth should determine command. It is difficult not to see the roots of that decision here, in the humiliation of a noble family treated as disposable. He learns that loyalty must be made stronger than convenience, and that followers must believe their future is tied to the leader more securely than to inherited clan custom. This is not a gentle insight. It is born from hunger. Hölen's role in this survival is easy to understate because the later empire belongs, in public memory, to warriors and khans. Yet without her, there is no Genghis Khan. She holds together a broken household in a society where a widow without strong adult sons can be swallowed by stronger relatives. She teaches endurance not as an idea but as a daily practice. The children forage, fish, and hunt small game. They live close to failure. They also live close to one another, which does not mean peacefully. Scarcity turns family bonds into pressure points. In one of the darkest stories from Temujin's youth, he kills his half-brother Bekta after a dispute over food and authority. Scholars still debate the details and meaning of this episode, but its presence in Mongol tradition is striking. Founding legends usually polish their heroes. This one preserves a killing within the family, as if to admit that the road to unity begins in a household already fractured by hunger, rivalry, and fear. The killing of Bekta is not a simple tale of youthful savagery. It reveals the danger of divided authority inside a vulnerable family. Bekta, as an older male in the household, may have represented a rival claim to leadership over the children and whatever resources they could gather. Temujin and his brother Kasar act violently, and Hölen is remembered as furious, condemning them with the grief of a mother who has kept her family alive only to see it wound itself from within. What survives in the record suggests that Temujin's later obsession with unity is not abstract. He has seen the smallest political unit, the family, nearly destroy itself when authority is contested and resources are scarce. Later, he will apply a brutal answer to this problem on a continental scale. Division must be resolved. Rivals must submit, and betrayal must be punished so severely that uncertainty itself becomes dangerous. Yet the young Temujin is still far from power. He is vulnerable enough to be captured by the Taichiud, a rival group connected to his father's former followers. The details vary in interpretation, but the remembered image is vivid. Temujin held with a wooden kangwe around his neck, a heavy restraint that makes movement awkward and escape difficult. This is not the captivity of a defeated king held for ransom in a comfortable tent. It is humiliation, control, and the possibility of disappearance. A boy who cannot move freely cannot become a leader. A prisoner with no followers can vanish into another man's household, reduced to a warning rather than a threat. His escape becomes one of the defining episodes of his youth. According to tradition, he slips away during a night of feasting and hides in water, with only his face above the surface, while pursuers search nearby. A sympathetic man, Sorkin Shira, helps him, or at least does not betray him, and later assists his escape. Whether every detail is exact is impossible to prove, but the story matters because it highlights something central to Temujin's later rise. He survives not only by strength, but by attracting help from people who are not bound to him by close kinship. This is a small clue to a much larger transformation. Again and again, he will find value in outsiders, defectors, servants, captives, and men whose loyalty comes from personal judgment rather than inherited obligation. That may be one of the most surprising features of his career. Genghis Khan, remembered as a destroyer of cities, is also a builder of loyalty among people who might otherwise have remained enemies or strangers. His early life teaches him that the traditional clan world can fail the vulnerable. So he begins, gradually and then radically, to create bonds that compete with clan loyalty. A man who saves him may later be rewarded. A defeated enemy who proves useful may be absorbed. A low-born warrior who shows courage may rise higher than an aristocrat who hesitates. The evidence does not allow us to turn every later policy into a direct psychological consequence of childhood, but the pattern is hard to ignore. Temujin's hardships do not merely make him angry, they make him experimental. His marriage to Berta adds another layer to the story. Temujin had been betrothed to her when his father was still alive, a common political arrangement meant to connect families and secure alliances. After years of hardship, he eventually claims that bond, and Berta becomes his principal wife. Her importance is not decorative. She is tied to the legitimacy of his descendants, to the politics of alliance, and to one of the most traumatic turning points in Temujin's early adulthood. Soon after their marriage, the Merkits raid his camp and abduct Berta, an act that echoes the earlier abduction of Holan. The past returns with cruel symmetry. Temujin's mother had been taken from the Merkit world by Yesugei. Now Merkit raiders take Temujin's wife in revenge. This moment could have ended him. A young leader without enough strength to protect his household loses face. In steppe politics, reputation matters as much as numbers. But Temujin does something that reveals his growing political intelligence. He seeks allies. He turns to Togrul, the powerful leader of the Karayids and an old sworn ally of his father, and to Jamuka, his own Anda, or sworn brother. The rescue of Berta is therefore not only a personal mission, it becomes Temujin's re-entry into steppe politics at a higher level. He cannot recover what was taken alone, so he binds himself to greater powers, uses old relationships, and joins a coalition. The campaign succeeds, Berta is recovered, yet the consequences remain complicated, because she gives birth to Joki not long afterward, and later generations will question his paternity. Scholars still debate how much this uncertainty affected succession politics, but it shadows the Mongol imperial family for decades. The Berta episode reveals another hard truth about the steppe. Personal life and geopolitics cannot be separated. Marriage is alliance, abduction is revenge, rescue is military coalition. A child's legitimacy can shape the future of an empire. Temujin's household is not a private refuge from politics. It is one of the places where politics strikes most violently. His later laws and punishments concerning kidnapping, adultery, and family order may have roots in a world where the seizure of women was not only personal violence, but a mechanism of power. No single explanation fully accounts for his reforms, but his life gives him every reason to understand that social chaos begins in acts that older customs often tolerate. For a time, Temujin and Jamuka seem inseparable. The relationship of Anda is one of the deepest bonds in steppe culture, a sworn brotherhood that can rival blood kinship. Jamuka is noble, charismatic, and deeply rooted in traditional aristocratic values. Temujin, though also of noble lineage, has lived too long outside the security of that world to accept all its assumptions. Their friendship is real enough to matter, but fragile enough to break. The two men gather followers, share camps, and build influence, yet their visions of leadership begin to diverge. Jamuka represents a more traditional steppe hierarchy, in which noble companions and established lineages hold privileged places. Temujin increasingly draws support from those who see in him a different possibility advancement through loyalty and ability. This divergence is not immediate, and it should not be simplified into modern political slogans. Temujin is not a democratic reformer in any familiar sense. He is a ruthless steppe leader seeking power, but he is willing to disrupt old hierarchies when they interfere with loyalty and effectiveness. That willingness becomes revolutionary in context. Men who have been slighted by aristocrats, families seeking protection, warriors with talent but limited pedigree, and defeated enemies looking for a future can all find a place with him if they submit. In a fragmented world, inclusion becomes a weapon. Every rival he defeats can lose people to him. Every act of reward makes his camp more attractive. Every punishment of betrayal makes leaving more dangerous. The split with Jamuka eventually becomes unavoidable. The details are layered with later storytelling, but the broad conflict is clear. Two rising leaders cannot occupy the same political space indefinitely. Their followers differ, their values differ, and their ambitions collide. Jamuka at one point is proclaimed Gurkhan by his supporters, a title with grand steppe resonance, while Temujin continues building his own base. Their rivalry turns violent, and Temujin suffers defeats. He is not unstoppable yet. This is essential to remember. His rise is not a smooth ascent. He loses, retreats, rebuilds, and learns. The later image of invincibility hides a long apprenticeship in failure. One early defeat associated with Jamuka is remembered with particular brutality. Jamuka is said to have boiled captured opponents alive in cauldrons, though historians approach such accounts carefully because atrocity stories often serve political purposes. Whether literal in every detail or sharpened by propaganda, the story functions in Mongol memory as a contrast between two kinds of leadership. Temujin's later punishments can be terrifying, but he also understands the value of winning over defeated followers. Cruelty without incorporation wastes manpower. Terror without order produces only ashes. What makes him more dangerous than many violent chiefs is that he learns when to destroy and when to absorb. This is where his childhood of exile begins to become a political program. Having been abandoned, he makes abandonment less attractive. Having been captured, he values those who risk themselves to aid him. Having seen family rivalry turn deadly, he demands unity. Having depended on non-kin assistance, he opens paths for loyalty beyond lineage. Having watched reputation decide survival, he crafts his image with care. None of this means he is merciful in the modern sense. It means his ruthlessness is organized. He does not simply lash out at the world that wounded him. He studies it, uses it, and gradually redesigns it around himself. The human cost of this transformation is already visible. Families are raided, women are taken and recovered, captives change masters, young men gamble their lives on leaders who may rise or vanish. The steppe is full of people whose names do not survive, but whose choices make Temujin's rise possible, the man who does not betray him in captivity, the warriors who join him after defeat, the families who decide his camp offers better protection than an old lineage, the rivals who underestimate him because they mistake hardship for weakness. History remembers the Khan, but his power grows from countless private calculations made by people living in dangerous times. By the end of this early period, Temujin is no longer merely the abandoned son of Yasugei. He is a contender. He has survived hunger, family violence, captivity, the abduction of his wife, uneasy alliance, and political rivalry. More importantly, he has begun to discover the method that will later make him extraordinary. He cannot rely on the steppe's old loyalties, so he builds new ones. He cannot prevent betrayal by trusting tradition, so he creates harsher consequences and greater rewards. He cannot erase the violence of his world, so he channels it outward under discipline. The boy left on the edge of starvation has become a man who understands that survival is not enough. To be safe in such a world, one must gather people so tightly and strike enemies so decisively that abandonment becomes unthinkable. The wind still moves over the same grasslands, but the pattern has begun to change. Around Temujin, the scattered pieces of the steppe are slowly being drawn into a new centre. The process is uneven, bloody, and far from certain. His enemies remain powerful. His allies remain dangerous. Jamukha still stands as a rival vision of steppe authority. Yet something unusual is forming in Temujin's camp, a community of the displaced, the ambitious, the loyal, the frightened, and the rewarded, bound not only by ancestry but by a leader who has learned from exile how to make belonging into a weapon. The steppe does not think in borders the way farming kingdoms do. It thinks in roots, camps, herds, rivers, marriages, debts, and remembered injuries. A valley may belong to one group in winter and become dangerous ground by spring. A pasture may be safe only because a powerful chief has recently punished anyone who challenged him there. A family may claim descent from a famous ancestor and still lose everything if it cannot defend its animals. To understand why Temujin's rise becomes so disruptive, it is necessary to stay for a while inside this older world, because he does not conquer a simple emptiness. He conquers a political landscape dense with obligation, suspicion, pride, and fear. Across the Mongolian plateau in the late 12th century, people live in a web of relationships that is both flexible and unforgiving. Kinship matters deeply, but kinship is not the same as unity. Clans remember who belongs to whom, who married into which lineage, who once stole animals, who failed to avenge an insult, who gave shelter to an enemy, who broke an oath, and who carries the blood of a leader worth following. These memories travel orally, attached to songs, genealogies, and campfire accounts, long before they're shaped into written history. In a world where written contracts are rare and permanent institutions are fragile, memory becomes a kind of law, but memory also keeps hatred alive. A raid does not end when the animals are driven away. It remains as a debt waiting for repayment. This is why the steppe can look chaotic from outside while still operating according to recognizable rules. Raiding is not random violence in every case. It is a method of survival, enrichment, retaliation, and political signaling. A successful raid proves that a leader can provide. A failed raid exposes weakness. A raid against the wrong people can trigger a chain of revenge that consumes families for years. Even marriage can carry the weight of old violence. Holund's abduction by Yasuge and Berta's later seizure by the Merkids are not isolated personal tragedies. They belong to a larger system where women's marriages connect groups, and the violation of those connections can become a political wound passed from one generation to another. Scholars still debate how common certain forms of abduction were and how later sources frame them, but the surviving traditions make clear that household, alliance, and violence were tightly bound together. Leadership in such a world depends on constant performance. A chief cannot simply point to a throne, because there is no throne fixed in stone. He must persuade warriors that his camp is worth joining, that his judgments are fair enough, his raids profitable enough, his protection strong enough, and his future promising enough. Generosity is not decoration. It is political technology. Meat, horses, captives, weapons, robes, and prestige must flow outward from the leader to the followers. A greedy chief weakens himself by hoarding. A poor chief loses followers because hunger loosens loyalty. A defeated chief may discover that his men have become practical philosophers, suddenly convinced that another leader possesses better destiny. The old steppe aristocracy has its own expectations. Noble lineages claim the right to command, and many followers accept that great ancestry carries real power. Bloodlines matter because they organize trust and hierarchy in a world without bureaucratic files. Yet lineage can also become a cage. Aristocrats may expect privilege even when they lack ability. Junior relatives may resent senior ones. Common herders and lower status warriors may fight bravely while seeing the best rewards pass upward to men whose main achievement is birth. Temujin's genius, if that word is not used too carelessly, lies partly in seeing the unused energy created by this frustration. He does not abolish hierarchy. He creates a different hierarchy, one in which loyalty to him can outrank inherited position. The bond of Anda, sworn brotherhood, shows both the strength and danger of steppe relationships. When two men become Anda, they declare a chosen bond that can rival blood kinship. Temujin and Jamuka share this relationship, and for a time it offers both emotional force and political advantage. Yet chosen brotherhood cannot erase ambition. The very seriousness of the bond makes betrayal or separation more painful. When such relationships break, they do not merely end, they become moral dramas. A former sworn brother is not just another rival. He is a living accusation, someone who knows what was promised and what has changed. Temujin's conflict with Jamuka grows from this intimate political culture, where friendship, loyalty, rivalry, and legitimacy are woven too closely to be separated cleanly. The steppe also has religious and spiritual dimensions that shape authority. Sky, earth, ancestors, sacred mountains, and shamans all matter in ways that outsiders often flatten into superstition. The concept of eternal heaven, or Tengri, becomes especially important in Mongol imperial ideology. But even before empire, spiritual legitimacy helps leaders explain success and command obedience. A victory may be seen as evidence of heavenly favor. A disaster may suggest that a leader has lost protection. Shamans can support a rising chief, or threaten him by gathering spiritual authority elsewhere. The evidence remains incomplete, and later sources reflect the politics of the empire that preserved them. But it is clear that Temujin's rise does not happen in a purely secular world. Power must be seen, felt, rewarded, feared, and in some sense justified by forces larger than ordinary ambition. This is one reason his relationship with the shaman Teb Tengri becomes so revealing later in his rise. Spiritual authority can help elevate a leader, but it can also become a rival center of power. Temujin learns that even sacred language must not be allowed to divide the people he is binding together. The lesson fits the broader pattern of his life. Every alternative loyalty has to be subordinated. Clan, aristocratic privilege, sworn brotherhood, and even religious charisma can be useful. But none may stand above the new political order forming around him. No single explanation fully accounts for how he manages this transformation. But one pattern keeps appearing. He does not destroy old customs immediately. He uses them, tests them, and breaks them when they threaten central control. Ordinary life beneath these political structures is hard but not joyless. Families travel with felt tents that can be dismantled and loaded onto carts. Herds of sheep, goats, horses, cattle, camels, and yaks, depending on region and wealth, shape the rhythm of the year. People know the taste of fermented mare's milk, boiled meat, smoke, leather, cold iron, and dust. Children learn animals before they learn politics, though in truth, the two are inseparable. A child sent to watch a herd is also learning responsibility, distance, vigilance, and the consequences of carelessness. A lost animal can mean hunger, a stolen animal can mean feud, a sick herd can turn confidence into desperation. The later Mongol army's endurance grows from this domestic world, not from formal barracks. Women's labour is central. They manage households, process dairy, prepare felt, raise children, handle carts, and often preserve family continuity when men are killed, captured, or away raiding. Elite women can influence alliances, succession, and diplomacy. Holen and Bertha are not exceptions because they are unusually decorative in the story. They are visible reminders of a broader truth. Nomadic political life depends on women's work and women's status in ways that sedentary chroniclers sometimes misunderstood or minimized. Yet this does not mean the world is equal or gentle. Women are also vulnerable to abduction, forced marriage, and the violence of retaliation. The steppe can grant responsibility without guaranteeing safety. The economy of this world is more connected than the image of isolated nomads suggests. Steppe peoples need grain, metal goods, textiles, tea in later periods, and luxury items that pastoral life does not easily produce. Sedentary states need horses, livestock products, furs, and military alliances. Trade can be peaceful, but it is often entangled with tribute, coercion, and frontier manipulation. Chinese dynasties, in particular, understand the danger of unified steppe power and often support one group against another. They distribute titles, gifts, and trade privileges in ways meant to keep nomadic politics divided. This strategy can work for long periods. It can also fail spectacularly when a leader emerges who is able to turn those divided groups into one force. The Jin dynasty to the south looms over the steppe as both opportunity and threat. It is wealthy, bureaucratic, and militarily significant, but it is also involved in the politics of the northern frontier. Steppe leaders may receive recognition, trade access, or subsidies from sedentary states, and these external rewards can strengthen their position among followers. Temujin grows up in a world where outside empires are not distant abstractions. They are part of the balance of power. Later, when he attacks the Jin, he's not simply discovering China for the first time. He's striking a power that has long influenced the politics of the steppe. Among the tribes and confederations around him, the Tatars occupy a special place in Mongol memory. They are linked to the death of Yesugei, and they are also entangled with Jin frontier policy. The Merkits carry the grievance connected to Holen and Bertha. The Naimans represent a powerful western rival. The Kerayids, under Togrul, offer crucial alliance before becoming a rival power themselves. Jamuka gathers aristocratic opposition. Each group is not merely an obstacle on a map. Each represents a different strand of the old steppe order revenge, alliance, noble legitimacy, foreign connection, religious authority, and the persistent danger of fragmentation. Temujin's rise is the process of dealing with each strand until none can independently bind the steppe against him. What makes this world especially volatile is that victory changes social reality very quickly. A leader who wins can absorb defeated people, marry into rival lines, distribute captured animals, and suddenly appear favoured by fortune. A leader who loses may watch his coalition dissolve almost overnight. This creates a political atmosphere in which momentum matters. Temujin learns to use momentum with extraordinary skill. He does not merely defeat enemies, he turns defeat into recruitment. He does not merely punish betrayal, he publicizes punishment so that others calculate differently. He does not merely reward loyalty, he does so in ways that teach observers where advantage lies. His politics are educational in the harshest possible sense. every victory becomes a lesson for people still undecided. There is a lesser-known but crucial detail in the Mongol method of loyalty building: the creation and use of personal companions and guards who are tied directly to the leader. These are not just bodyguards in the narrow sense. They become a political institution, a way of gathering young men from various backgrounds into intimate service around Temujin. Some come from elite families, others from humbler origins, and their closeness to the leader gives them status that bypasses older hierarchies. In time, this develops into the Imperial Guard, a training ground for commanders and administrators. The seed of empire is visible here. Take people out of their narrow lineage structures, bind them to the center, reward them, discipline them, and send them back into the world as agents of a new order. This is why the phrase unstoppable can mislead if it suggests pure battlefield superiority. Temujin becomes difficult to stop before his armies become famous across Eurasia because he changes the social mathematics of the steppe. In the old order, defeated people might remain enemies, nursing revenge until they could strike again. Under Temujin, many are offered a stark choice: submit and become part of the expanding structure, or resist and risk annihilation. For those who submit early and loyally, the rewards can be real. For those who betray him, punishment is often devastating. This creates a widening circle of pressure. Every group that joins him increases his strength. Every group that resists faces not just his original followers, but the accumulated manpower of previous victories. Yet the transformation is neither clean nor inevitable. Temujin's enemies are not fools. Jamuka understands aristocratic politics. Togrul commands significant power. The Naimans are formidable. The Tatars and Merkits have their own reasons to fight. The old steppe world does not simply collapse because Temujin has a better idea. It has to be broken through campaigns, alliances, betrayals, executions, marriages, and calculated acts of mercy. The record that survives is shaped by later Mongol memory, so historians must read it carefully, especially when it portrays Temujin's opponents as morally flawed in ways that justify their defeat. But even allowing for bias, the broad outcome is undeniable. Temujin succeeds where others fail because he builds a coalition stronger than the customs that might have divided it. The deeper tension is between freedom and order. Steppe life prizes mobility, independence, and the ability of followers to shift allegiance when a leader fails them. Temujin's project requires imposing a harder discipline on that freedom. Warriors must obey commands. Units must be organized beyond kin groups. Plunder must be distributed according to rules. Unauthorized looting can be punished. Messengers must be protected. Scouts must report accurately. Leaders must be accountable to the Khan. This is not the loose raiding culture imagined by terrified outsiders. It is the slow creation of a military political machine from people accustomed to personal autonomy. That may be his most difficult conquest. A society built around movement is being asked to move as one. A world of blood feuds is being redirected toward external war. A culture of clan prestige is being reorganized around service. This does not make the Mongols peaceful among themselves overnight, and it does not erase internal tensions, but it gives them a structure capable of surviving beyond one raid, one season, or one charismatic victory. Temujin's enemies often see him as another ambitious steppe chief. By the time they realize he's building something more durable, their own followers are already being pulled toward him. So the harsh logic of the steppe becomes the raw material of empire. Its mobility becomes strategic speed. Its hunting skills become cavalry tactics. Its oral memory becomes intelligence and reputation. Its feuds become motivation for conquest. Its scarcity becomes discipline. Its flexible social bonds become tools for absorbing outsiders. Its violence, once scattered in every direction, begins to flow through one command. The transformation is still incomplete. And it remains vulnerable as long as rival leaders can claim loyalty from powerful groups. But the old world has revealed its weakness. It can produce brave warriors and proud chiefs. Yet it struggles to hold them together. Temujin's answer is to create a loyalty wider than clan, harsher than friendship, and more rewarding than tradition. Once that answer begins to work, the steppe itself starts to change shape beneath him. Temujin's most dangerous idea is not born in a palace, and it is not written first as law. It begins as a practical answer to a brutal problem. The clan system can gather men quickly, but it can also tear them apart just as quickly. It gives people identity, protection, and memory. Yet it also traps power inside inherited circles, where old families expect obedience even when they fail to provide safety. Temujin has seen that failure from the inside. He has watched followers abandon his mother after his father's death. He has lived through the weakness of a household whose lineage name cannot protect it. He has depended on strangers when relative and former allies prove unreliable. By the time he becomes a serious contender for leadership, he understands that a man who wants to rule the steppe cannot simply sit on top of the old clan order. He has to cut through it. At first, this does not look like revolution. It looks like survival. Temujin needs followers, and he cannot afford to reject useful people simply because they come from the wrong bloodline. He needs warriors who will stay after hardship, not only after victory. He needs men who owe their rise to him personally, because such men are more likely to defend the new order that lifted them. In this way, his weakness becomes an advantage. A chief born into overwhelming established power might rely comfortably on aristocratic families and inherited privilege. Temujin cannot. He must recruit from the edges, from the disappointed, from the ambitious, from those who have more to gain under a new leader than under the old hierarchy. The result is a camp that begins to feel different from the camps of more traditional nobles. This difference is easy to romanticize, so it must be handled carefully. Temujin does not create equality in any modern sense. He does not abolish rank, wealth, patriarchy, or conquest. He remains a hard military leader in a violent age, but within that world, he shifts the basis of advancement in a way that matters deeply. Courage, loyalty, usefulness, and obedience to him can outweigh aristocratic birth. A man of a humble origin can rise if he proves himself. A defeated enemy can be incorporated if he submits sincerely. A noble can fall if he betrays the Khan or endangers the unity of the people. This is not kindness, it is a new political engine. One famous example comes from the story of Jebe, though the details are wrapped in later tradition. During battle, an enemy warrior is said to have shot Temujin's horse, nearly killing him, or at least bringing him into danger. After the battle, Temujin asks who fired the arrow. A man admits it openly, instead of executing him. Temujin recognizes his courage and honesty, takes him into service, and gives him the name by which he becomes remembered as one of the great Mongol generals. Scholars still debate elements of these stories, as they often carry the polished shape of imperial memory, but the lesson they preserve is consistent with Temujin's broader practice. A useful enemy is too valuable to waste. Honesty under threat proves more than flattery in safety. Talent captured from the other side can become a weapon pointed outward. This approach changes the meaning of defeat. Under many steppe leaders, losing to a rival might mean extermination for some, enslavement for others, dispersal for many. and lasting resentment for nearly all. Under Temujin, defeat can still bring terror, but it can also bring entry into a larger structure. The choice is never soft. Submit, obey, and become part of the expanding people, resist, betray, or rebel, and face consequences meant to be remembered. The severity is part of the design. He is not merely trying to win battles. He is trying to end the cycle in which defeated groups wait for a chance to break away. Incorporation and terror work together, one offering a future, the other closing the path back to the old world. The old aristocrats understand the danger of this. To them, Temujin's rise is not just another chief gathering followers, it threatens the social grammar by which they know themselves. If commoners and outsiders can rise through service, then noble status no longer guarantees command. If defeated enemies can be trusted after submission, then old blood feuds lose some of their political usefulness. If loyalty to Temujin outranks loyalty to lineage, then the clans remain as identities but no longer stand as independent centers of power. This is why his conflict with Yamuka carries such weight. Yamuka is not merely a personal rival. He becomes the banner around which many defenders of the older aristocratic order can gather. The rivalry between Temujin and Yamuka is one of the great human fractures in the story. They'd been sworn brothers, bound by a chosen relationship that should have carried deep obligation. Yet their followers, values, and political futures diverge. Yamuka attracts many traditional nobles who are suspicious of Temujin's elevation of lower status men. Temujin draws those who see advantage in a more open, but more disciplined order. The conflict between them is not a clean contest between good and evil, whatever later Mongol memory may imply. It is a struggle between two ways of organizing steppe power. One rests more heavily on aristocratic hierarchy and older patterns of prestige. The other bends tradition around personal loyalty, military effectiveness, and central command. Temujin's early setbacks in this struggle matter because they prevent the story from becoming too neat. He's not simply recognized, obeyed, and carried forward by destiny. He loses followers, he faces coalitions, he is outmaneuvered, he has to repair alliances and rebuild trust. The evidence remains incomplete, and the sequence of events is difficult to reconstruct with perfect confidence. But the broad arc shows a man learning through pressure. Each defeat teaches him where the old system can still resist him. Each betrayal teaches him which bonds are too weak. Each victory gives him new people to incorporate and new tests of discipline. A major part of breaking the clan system is reorganizing military society. Temujin increasingly separates warriors from exclusive dependence on their kin groups and places them into units that answer through a chain of command. The later Mongol decimal system, organized into units of tens, hundreds, thousands, and 10,000s, is often associated with the fully formed empire, but its roots lie in this earlier need to make men obey beyond clan lines. The exact development is debated, yet the principle is clear. If warriors fight only beside close kin and obey only hereditary chiefs, then the army remains a federation of potential fragments. If they are reorganized into broader units under commanders chosen for loyalty and ability, then the Khan can command a people rather than negotiate endlessly with clans. This reorganization is more than administrative tidiness. It changes identity. A warrior who serves in a unit with men from other lineages begins to experience loyalty through shared discipline and reward. Commanders become dependent on the Khan's favor rather than only on family prestige. Collective responsibility can make groups police themselves, because one man's disobedience may endanger others. In a world where personal freedom has long been tied to mobility and clan protection, This is a profound shift. The Mongols remain steppe people, but under Temujin they are being trained to act like an instrument. His personal guard becomes another tool in this transformation. The guard is both military and political, both household and institution. Young men drawn from different backgrounds serve close to Temujin, gaining status, training, and direct connection to the center. Their families may benefit from their proximity. Their loyalty becomes tied to the leader who elevates them. Over time, such men can become commanders, administrators, and trusted agents. A guard system also allows Temujin to keep the sons of important families near him, where they can be honored, watched, shaped, and bound. This is a subtle form of power. It turns potential rivals into participants in the new order, while making their futures depend on its survival. The same logic applies to distribution of plunder. Raiding societies often depend on the leader's generosity, but Temujin seeks to regularize reward. Plunder cannot simply vanish into the hands of the fastest or most aristocratic. It must be distributed in ways that reinforce obedience. Families of fallen warriors must not be forgotten, because neglect would teach followers that loyalty dies with the man who gave it. Those who serve well must see visible benefit. Those who disobey must not profit from chaos. This does not remove greed or violence, but it channels them. The leader who controls distribution controls expectation, and expectation is one of the foundations of order. Temujin's treatment of defeated peoples is similarly strategic. Some groups are broken apart and redistributed among Mongol units, reducing their ability to rebel under old leaders. Children and families can be absorbed into new households. Skilled individuals are preserved. Leaders who resist too stubbornly may be eliminated, while ordinary followers are given a place if they submit. By doing this repeatedly, Temujin prevents conquered groups from remaining intact as rival nations within his growing confederation. He takes the human material of the old steppe and rearranges it. This is one of the reasons his power compounds. Victory does not merely remove an enemy, it increases his own capacity. There is a harsh brilliance in this, and also a deep cruelty. To be absorbed into Temujin's order may mean survival, advancement, and protection, but it can also mean the destruction of older identities, separation from former leaders, and forced participation in wars that grow ever larger. The future empire is built not only by willing followers, but also by people who calculate that submission is better than death. What survives in the record often highlights the loyalty of those who join him, and many surely did become genuine supporters, but fear is never absent. His genius lies partly in making fear and opportunity point in the same direction. The struggle against the Tatars shows how personal grievance, steppe politics, and structural change combine. The Tatars are associated in Mongol memory with Yesugei's death, and they are also a significant rival group. When Temujin defeats them, the punishment remembered in the sources is severe, including the killing of adult males above a certain height, though historians treat such accounts with caution, because numbers and details in conquest narrative can be shaped by memory and political messaging. Even if the exact description is debated, there is no doubt that the Tatars as an independent power are shattered. Yet their people do not simply vanish. Many are absorbed into the expanding Mongol structure, destruction of leadership, incorporation of population. The pattern repeats. Against the Karayids, the lesson is different. Togrul had once been a crucial ally, almost a fatherly patron, helping Temujin rescue Berta and rise against rivals. But alliance between rising powers is rarely permanent. As Temujin grows stronger, the relationship becomes dangerous to both. Court intrigue, suspicion, and competing ambitions corrode the bond. Eventually, conflict breaks out, and Temujin defeats the Kheriyids. This victory matters enormously because it removes a major power that had once stood above him. It also shows that old patronage cannot contain the new force Temujin is creating. He is no longer the abandoned son seeking help from his father's ally. He is the center around which others must now arrange themselves. The defeat of the Naimans pushes the transformation further. The Naimans are powerful, with connections to broader Central Asian religious and political currents, including Christianity among some elites and contact with the wider world beyond Mongolia. Their defeat brings more people, more knowledge, and more prestige into Temujin's hands. Among those associated with the Naiman world is the Uyghur scribe Tata Tonga, often credited in tradition with helping introduce the Uyghur script for Mongol administration. The details of adoption and timing are complex, but the broader point is crucial, as Temujin breaks the steppes' old military rivals. He also gains access to administrative tools that nomadic power alone cannot provide. The future empire will need writing, records, orders, taxation, and diplomacy. The conqueror of clans is already becoming the ruler of something larger than a warband. Through all of this, Temujin's authority becomes increasingly difficult to resist because it is no longer based on one tribe alone. He is building a new people from many peoples. The name Mongol begins to expand beyond a narrower identity into a political category capable of containing those who submit to the Khan's order. This is not ethnicity in the modern sense, it is allegiance, structure, and shared destiny under conquest. That flexibility is one of the great sources of the Mongol strength. Enemies who think they are facing a single tribe misunderstand what is forming. They are facing an expanding system that turns outsiders into insiders and then sends them against the next outsider. Still, scholars continue to debate the exact motives behind Temujin's reforms. Some see primarily military necessity. Others emphasize personal experience, political calculation, or the inheritance of earlier steppe traditions adapted with unusual force. The safest answer is that all of these matter. Temujin does not invent steppe politics from nothing. He inherits practices of alliance, incorporation, decimal organization, and sacred kingship from older inner Asian worlds. What makes him extraordinary is the intensity, consistency, and scale with which he combines them. He takes familiar pieces and locks them together tightly enough to produce something new. By the time his major steppe rivals are defeated, the clan system has not disappeared, but it has been subordinated. Men still know their lineages, families still matter, marriage alliances still count, but the ultimate source of political future is now Temujin. He has made himself the judge of loyalty, the distributor of reward, the destroyer of betrayal, and the creator of rank. The old steppe world, with its proud chiefs and shifting alliances, has been forced into a harder shape. A society that once scattered power across many camps now begins to concentrate it in one command. This is the moment when Temujin becomes more than a survivor and more than a successful war leader. He becomes the architect of a machine that can outlive any single quarrel. The people around him have been reorganized, disciplined, rewarded, frightened, and bound into a structure that makes expansion almost natural. The violence that once circled endlessly among steppe rivals is ready to be turned outward. The man abandoned as a child has made abandonment a political impossibility for those who follow him. To leave him is dangerous, to fight him is worse. To join him is to be carried into a future no one yet fully understands. By the time the Great Assembly gathers, the steppe has already been changed by years of violence. The old rivals have fallen or been absorbed. The Tatars have been shattered. The Krayyids have been defeated. The Naimans have lost their power, Jamukha. Once Temujin's sworn brother and then his most haunting rival, has been removed from the political world. The scattered tribes that once circled one another in suspicion now stand beneath a single rising authority, though not all with equal enthusiasm, and not all without fear. The air around this moment is not peaceful. It is heavy with memory. Behind every oath are dead relatives, burned camps, broken alliances, rescued captives, redistributed herds, and men who have survived by choosing the right side before the wrong side vanished. The assembly, or Kurultai, traditionally placed around 1206, is remembered as the moment when Temujin receives the title Genghis Khan. The exact meaning of the title remains debated. It is often translated in ways that suggest universal or oceanic rulership. But scholars still debate its linguistic roots and original force. What matters historically is that the title marks a transformation. Temujin is no longer simply one successful steppe leader among others. He is publicly recognized as supreme ruler of a newly unified Mongol people. The man who had begun as an abandoned child outside the protection of his father's followers now stands at the center of a political order designed to prevent such abandonment from ever threatening his power again. This is not a coronation in the manner of a settled kingdom, with stone walls, cathedral bells, carved thrones, and written charters displayed beneath painted ceilings. It belongs to the open world that created him, felt tents, horses, standards, elders, commanders, guards, wives, sons, shamans, and warriors give the moment its force. Power is spoken, witnessed, remembered, and embodied in allegiance. Yet it would be a mistake to imagine it as loose or primitive. The political meaning is precise. The steppe's competing loyalties are being gathered into one hierarchy. The title announces what the wars have already made possible. Temujin's authority is to stand above lineage, above aristocratic rivalry, above the shifting bargains that once kept the steppe divided. The birth of Genghis Khan is therefore not the birth of a man, but the birth of a structure. The name that later frightens Eurasia is attached to an entire system of command, reward, law, movement, punishment, and incorporation. Without that system, the title would have been another boast carried away by the wind. The steppe had seen grand titles before. It had seen chiefs rise and confederations form. It had seen charismatic leaders gather followers and then lose them to succession, jealousy, or defeat. What makes this moment different is the extent to which Temujin has already remade the conditions beneath the title. He has not merely won recognition. He has weakened the old alternatives to his rule. One of the first signs of this new order is the formal distribution of positions. Genghis Khan rewards those who have served him through the years of danger, companions from humble backgrounds, loyal generals, members of his family, and men who proved themselves in crisis receive commands and responsibilities. This is memory turned into government. Those who stood with him when his future was uncertain are not forgotten now that he has power. The lesson is visible to everyone. Loyalty to Genghis Khan can lift a man higher than birth alone. Just as importantly, betrayal can erase noble status. The political imagination of the steppe has shifted. Advancement flows from the Khan. Among the men elevated are figures who will become central to Mongol expansion Subutai, Jebe, Mukhali, Boorchu, Jelme, and others remembered in Mongol tradition as companions, commanders, or lifesavers. Their careers show the breadth of Genghis Khan's talent system. Some come from distinguished backgrounds, others do not. Some enter his service through loyalty from early hardship, others after conflict. What unites them is not a single bloodline but usefulness to the new state. Subutai, who will later become one of the most remarkable commanders in world history, is often described as coming from a more modest background than the old aristocratic elite. Whether every detail of these biographies can be treated with certainty is another matter, but the overall pattern is clear enough. Genghis Khan is creating a command class tied to performance and personal loyalty. His family also receives power, but even here the situation is complicated. His sons, Baiberta Yoki, Chagatai, Ogadei, and Tolui stand at the center of future succession politics. The uncertainty surrounding Yochi's paternity, born from Berta's captivity among the Merkits, does not disappear. It remains an uncomfortable shadow, especially between Yoshi and Chagatai. Genghis Khan must manage not only the conquered steppe, but also his own household. Where the future of the empire may one day be contested, the evidence remains incomplete, and later histories are shaped by the succession struggles that followed. But it is clear that family unity is both necessary and fragile. The man who has broken the clan system cannot escape the politics of sons. This tension reveals an important truth about his power. Genghis Khan is able to subordinate many old loyalties, but he cannot abolish the human problems that haunt every empire. Brothers compete, mothers promote their children, commanders form attachments, wives and marriage alliances shape legitimacy. The new Mongol order is stronger than the old tribal world, but it is still made of people, and people carry rivalry inside them. Part of Genghis Khan's greatness lies in recognizing this and imposing discipline before the cracks widen. Part of the empire's later vulnerability lies in the fact that discipline cannot live forever in one man's hands. At the Kurultai, the Mongols are not yet rulers of half the known world. Their power is formidable, but still regional compared with what comes later. To the south stands the Jin dynasty. To the west lie Central Asian powers, oasis cities, merchant routes, and the Islamic world. Beyond them are lands most Mongols have never seen. At this moment, the new Khan's achievement is already extraordinary, even if no further conquest follows. He has unified the Mongolian steppe after generations of fragmentation. He has turned rivals into subjects. He has made personal loyalty into a political principle. He has created a military society capable of coordinated action on a scale far beyond ordinary raiding. The unstoppable force is not yet global, but its engine is assembled. The military reorganization becomes central to this engine. The decimal structure divides men into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000. These units are not merely battlefield groupings, they are instruments of social control. By mixing men from different clans and placing them under appointed commanders, Genghis Khan reduces the ability of old lineages to act independently. If a man's immediate military identity is tied to a unit created by the Khan, and if his commander's authority comes from the Khan, then the old clan chief no longer has the same command over him. The army becomes the skeleton of the state. Collective responsibility strengthens this system. If one member of a unit deserts or disobeys, others may be held accountable. Such rules may seem harsh, but they are effective in a world where mobility makes flight tempting and where loyalty has often been negotiable. Discipline is no longer a matter of personal honor alone. It is enforced through the group. This makes the Mongol army reliable in ways many enemies do not expect. The frightening speed of Mongol campaigns later rests on something less glamorous than galloping horses men obeying orders under extreme pressure, because the structure around them makes disobedience dangerous and success rewarding. The Imperial Guard, or Keshig, grows in importance as well. It protects the Khan, but it also functions as a school for empire. Members of the Guard serve close to the ruler, learn command, gain prestige, and form bonds across lineage lines. Sons of nobles may serve there, but so may men elevated through loyalty. The guard becomes a way to watch powerful families while honoring them, a way to train future leaders while keeping them near the center, and a way to create a political elite whose identity depends on service to Genghis Khan. This is a subtle form of hostage-taking and opportunity at once, a typical Mongol fusion of trust and control. The new Khan also understands that an empire cannot run on courage alone. Orders must travel, decisions must be remembered, disputes must be settled, people must know what is forbidden. While the later Mongol administrative system develops more fully through contact with sedentary societies, the seeds are present from the beginning. The adoption of writing through Uyghur scribble practice is one of the less dramatic but most consequential changes associated with early Mongol rule. A people whose power had long been carried through oral command now begins to preserve orders and records in written form. This does not instantly turn the Mongols into bureaucrats, but it gives conquest a longer memory. An order can outlive the breath that speaks it. The law associated with Genghis Khan is often called the yasa, though historians are cautious about treating it as a single fixed law code preserved in full. Later writers describe it in fragments, sometimes with uncertainty, and no complete original text survives. Still, what can be inferred suggests that Genghis Khan imposes rules meant to discipline the new society, loyalty to the Khan, control of theft, regulation of military conduct, protection of envoys, distribution of spoils, and severe punishment for betrayal. The exact contents remain debated, but the principle is not in doubt. The new order requires norms that stand above clan custom. The Khan's peace among his own people must be strong enough to make war beyond them possible. This is one of the great paradoxes of Genghis Khan. He unleashes enormous violence outward, yet within his own system he seeks to suppress the kind of uncontrolled violence that had weakened the steppe. Theft within the army, unauthorized plunder, betrayal of envoys, private feuds that disrupt command, these threaten the machinery of conquest. They are punished not because the Khan rejects violence, but because he claims the right to direct it. Violence becomes centralized. The difference between a raid and a campaign, between a feud and an imperial punishment, between a band of warriors and a state, lies in who commands the force and for what purpose. Religious policy also reflects his practical intelligence. The Mongol world contains followers of traditional steppe beliefs, Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, and others as expansion continues. Even in the early period, the steppe is more religiously diverse than the simple stereotypes suggest. Genghis Khan does not appear interested in imposing a single creed across all subjects. Instead, he tends to respect or at least tolerate religious specialists who do not challenge his authority. This tolerance is not modern pluralism, it is imperial pragmatism, sharpened by a steppe tradition that recognizes multiple sacred powers and by a ruler who wants useful people praying for his success rather than organizing against him. What survives in the record suggests a policy flexible enough to bind diverse populations, though always beneath the supremacy of the Khan. The title Genghis Khan also changes how enemies perceive him. Before unification, rival tribes might treat Temujin as a dangerous but familiar steppe competitor. After 1206, he represents something harder to categorize. He commands not just his own lineage but a reorganized people. His forces can draw on the manpower and animals of former enemies. His commanders act under a unified strategy. His punishments carry the legitimacy of a newly declared supreme ruler. Reputation begins to gather around the name like weather before a storm. For neighbours beyond the steppe, the danger may not yet be fully visible, but the internal transformation is already enough to alter the balance of Inner Asia. It is tempting to imagine that Genghis Khan, standing at this height, already sees the entire future Beijing under siege, Khwarezm burning, Mongol scouts riding toward the Caucasus, his descendants ruling China, Persia, Russia, and Central Asia. That is almost certainly too neat. Conquerors often discover the scale of their ambition by moving toward one objective and finding that victory opens the path to another. Genghis Khan's first needs are closer secure the new unity, reward followers, remove remaining threats, control trade, and deal with powerful neighbouring states. Yet the structure he has built is expansionary by nature. A military society organised around reward, discipline, and incorporation must keep producing opportunity. Warriors expect plunder and advancement. Commanders need campaigns. Newly absorbed groups must be integrated through shared action. The machine has been built to move, and it can move because its centre now holds. This is the crucial difference between Temujin before 1206 and Genghis Khan after it. Before, his authority is rising but contested, dependent on alliance and victory. After, it is institutionalized through title, command structure, law, distribution, and recognition by the assembled elite. Not every heart is loyal, but enough bodies obey. Not every feud is forgotten, but enough are subordinated. Not every rival tradition is destroyed, but enough are bent toward the Khan's purpose. The steppe has produced many storms, this one now has direction. The ceremony does not erase the past, it contains it. The abandoned child, the captive and the wooden collar, the husband whose wife was taken, the ally of Togrul, the sworn brother of Jamukha, the destroyer of Tatars, the breaker of Kereids and Naimans, all of those earlier selves gather inside the new title. Genghis Khan is not a sudden invention. He is Temujin hardened into institution. His personal wounds have become political rules. His survival strategies have become imperial systems. His distrust of fragile loyalty has become a state built to reward obedience and crush betrayal. From this point onward, the story changes scale. The wars of the steppe have made him. Now the settled worlds beyond the grasslands must face what the steppe has created. They will not all understand it at first. Some will see only nomads, raiders, horsemen from beyond the frontier. Some will assume that walls, numbers, wealth, and old prestige can absorb the shock. But the power riding toward them is not a loose swarm. It is the result of decades of internal selection, discipline, and political experimentation. The Mongols who emerge from unification are not unstoppable because they are numerous beyond measure. They are unstoppable because they have been made coherent. The wind still crosses the grass, but now it passes over a different kind of silence. Camps that once might have raised separate banners now answer to one. Men who once raided for clan revenge now ride in units arranged by command. Rival memories remain, but they are tied to a larger destiny. Somewhere in that vast open country, the name Genghis Khan begins its journey from title to warning. The steppe has chosen, or has been forced to choose, a single centre. Beyond it, cities continue their routines. Merchants count goods, officials write reports, kings distrust neighbours, and walls stand under the sun. They do not yet know that the world beyond their frontiers has been reorganised around motion. The army that emerges from the unified steppe does not look unstoppable because it is heavy. It looks unstoppable because it is almost impossible to hold still in the mind. Enemies try to measure it by the habits of their own worlds, by the number of men visible before a city, by the expected pace of marching columns, by the distance between water sources, by the belief that an army must drag its food behind it or collapse when supply lines stretch too far, again and again. They misjudge the Mongols because they imagine war as something slower, more anchored, more dependent on roads, depots, wagons, and predictable seasons. Genghis Khan's army is built from a different relationship with distance. It does not merely cross space, it uses space as a weapon. At the center of that weapon is the horse, though even this familiar fact can be misunderstood. The Mongol warrior is not powerful because he owns a single exceptional mount and rides it heroically until it falls. He is powerful because he belongs to a horse culture organized around remounts, endurance, and careful use of animal strength. A fighting man may travel with several horses, changing mounts so that no one animal carries the full burden of a long campaign. This makes possible a rhythm that sedentary armies struggle to match, where another army must halt, feed, regroup, and wait for stragglers. Mongol units can continue moving with a speed that makes reports obsolete almost as soon as they're spoken. A town hears the enemy is far away. Then scouts appear. Then dust rises. Then the horizon is full of riders. The Mongol horse itself is not a giant warhorse of the sort prized by heavily armoured knights. It is small, tough, and adapted to harsh climates. It can graze on open pasture, endure cold, and survive where larger, more delicate animals might fail. This does not mean Mongol logistics are effortless. Horses need grass, water, rest, and management. Campaigns must be timed and routed with care. Scholars still debate the details of Mongol army sizes in many campaigns because medieval sources often exaggerate numbers, sometimes wildly. But even smaller Mongol forces could create the impression of vastness through mobility, coordination, and the use of multiple columns. Their strength lies not only in how many riders they bring, but in how many places they can seem to be at once. This mobility begins long before battle. Mongol children grow into riding the way farming children grow into the rhythm of fields. They learn balance, weather, animals, and distance by living with them. Hunting teaches coordination and discipline. The great communal hunts of the steppe are more than sport. They're training exercises in encirclement, patience, signalling, restraint, and controlled violence. Riders spread across wide areas, drive animals inward, maintain formation, and wait for command before killing. A warrior who can do this against fast animals across broken ground can understand the logic of encircling an enemy army. The line between hunting and war is not imaginary. It is one of the quiet foundations of Mongol tactics. The bow gives that mobility its bite. The composite bow used by steppe archers is a compact but powerful weapon, made from layers of horn, wood, and sinew, designed for use from horseback. It requires strength, training, and lifelong familiarity. The Mongol rider can shoot while moving, twist in the saddle, release arrows at speed, and maintain distance from slower enemies. The famous image of the horse archer is accurate as far as it goes. But it should not be allowed to flatten the complexity of Mongol warfare. They are not simply riders firing arrows in a chaotic swirl. Their archery works because it is tied to discipline, maneuver, scouting, communication, and command. A cloud of arrows is frightening. A cloud of arrows directed by a coordinated operational plan is devastating. Their equipment is practical rather than ornamental. Many warriors wear lamellar armor made of leather or metal plates, depending on status, availability, and campaign needs. They carry bows, lances, sabres, lassos, and sometimes maces or axes. They have tools for repair, spare bowstrings protected from moisture, and clothing suited to violent shifts in temperature. Felt, leather, fur, and layered garments matter as much as weapons. An army that freezes cannot conquer. An army that cannot repair its gear cannot keep moving. The Mongol military system rests on unglamorous competence maintaining tack, managing herds, preserving arrows, carrying dried meat or curds, finding pasture, and keeping men alive far from familiar camps. Food is another part of their advantage, though here too popular accounts sometimes drift toward myth. Stories claim Mongol warriors could live almost entirely on mare's milk and blood drawn from horses, and while emergency practices of bloodletting may have existed, no serious understanding of Mongol logistics should reduce them to a trick. They carried provisions, relied on herds, hunted when possible, seized supplies, organized routes around pasture, and used conquered territories to feed campaigns. Their genius was not that they needed nothing, it was that they needed less of the heavy supply infrastructure required by many sedentary armies, and they knew how to draw sustenance from landscapes that others saw as empty. What survives in the record suggests a flexible logistical system, not a magical one. The decimal organization gives this mobility structure. Units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 create a chain through which orders can move and responsibility can be enforced. A commander does not have to negotiate separately with every clan leader in the middle of a campaign. The armies arrange to function beyond kinship. This is one of Genghis Khan's great achievements. He takes the natural mobility of steppe life and subjects it to centralized discipline. Without discipline, fast riders are raiders. With discipline, they become an army capable of simultaneous operations across enormous distances. Communication is the nerve system of that army. Flags, horns, drums, fire signals, and mounted messengers help coordinate movement, though the precise methods vary by situation and source. Later, the Mongol yam, or relay post system, becomes one of the empire's most important institutions, allowing messages and envoys to move across vast territories with remarkable speed. In Genghis Khan's earlier campaigns, the same principle is already present in military form. Information must move quickly enough for dispersed forces to act together. The Mongols often divide into separate columns, advance by different routes, then converge at the decisive point. To enemies, this can feel supernatural. It is not. It is planning, reconnaissance, timing, and a high tolerance for distance. The ability to divide and reunite is crucial. Many armies become weaker when split because separated forces lose communication and can be defeated one by one. Mongol forces often become more dangerous when split because each column can scout, raid, deceive, and draw enemy attention, while still operating within a broader design. If an enemy pursues one group, it may be led into a trap. If a city prepares for one approach, another column may appear from an unexpected direction. If defenders believe they have beaten back the main force, they may discover that what they faced was only a screen. No single explanation fully accounts for the terror Mongol armies inspired. But this uncertainty, never knowing whether the riders before you are the spearhead, the bait, or merely one finger of a closing hand lies near the center of it. The feigned retreat is perhaps the most famous Mongol battlefield tactic, and for good reason. It takes advantage of human emotion. An enemy sees riders withdraw and believes victory is near. Discipline loosens. Formations stretch. Commanders who had feared the Mongols begin to smell glory. Then the retreating riders turn. Other units emerge. Arrows fall from several directions, and the pursuers realize too late that their confidence has carried them away from safety. Yet the feigned retreat is difficult to execute. It requires soldiers who can appear frightened without becoming frightened, who can withdraw without collapsing, and who trust that other units will do their part. Many armies can run away. Far fewer can pretend to run away as a deliberate act of command. Encirclement follows naturally from this. Mongol forces seek to surround, fragment, and exhaust enemies rather than always crashing directly into them. They prefer to kill at range, disrupt formations, target horses, and break morale before closing. Heavy cavalry charges can be used when appropriate, but the Mongol system is not dependent on one dramatic shock. It is patient in its violence. It wears opponents down physically and mentally. A soldier under arrow fire who cannot reach his enemy feels time stretching against him. A commander watching his flanks dissolve begins to lose the battle before his center is destroyed. The Mongols understand that panic is a battlefield event. Their tactical flexibility comes partly from the mix of light and heavier cavalry. Not every Mongol warrior functions identically. Some are better suited for scouting and harassment, others for close combat. As the empire expands, the army incorporates non-Mongol troops, engineers, infantry, and specialists from conquered peoples. Even in the early period, the Mongols are not trapped by a single method. This capacity to adapt becomes one of their defining traits. They do not treat tradition as a prison. If a weapon, technique, or expert is useful, they find a way to use it. The steppe gives them speed. Conquest gives them tools. Discipline holds the whole system together. Genghis Khan's army punishes unauthorized looting, disobedience, and betrayal harshly because such acts threaten operational control. A warrior who breaks formation to seize goods may endanger an entire maneuver. A commander who ignores timing may ruin a convergence. A scout who gives false information may lead thousands into disaster. In many armies, discipline weakens after victory because men scatter for plunder. Genghis Khan works to prevent that. Plunder must wait until permission is given. Distribution must reinforce the hierarchy. This is not moral restraint. It is military efficiency. Greed is allowed, but only after command has finished using the army as an instrument. One lesser-known element of Mongol strength is the seriousness with which they treat scouting. Their armies operate with screens of scouts ranging far ahead and to the sides, gathering information about terrain, water, enemy movement, fortifications, and morale. They seek prisoners for interrogation. They use merchants, defectors, and local guides. They study routes before major advances. This means their speed is not blind. Fast movement without information leads to ambush and exhaustion. Fast movement guided by intelligence becomes strategic shock. By the time a Mongol force appears, it may know more about the defender situation than the defender knows about the Mongols. This attention to intelligence also helps explain their use of maps and reports as they encounter more literate societies. The Mongols are sometimes imagined as indifferent to written knowledge, but their behavior suggests the opposite. They value anyone who can help them understand roads, rivers, cities, tax systems, languages, and enemy politics. Even when they cannot yet administer complex settled territories directly, they are quick to identify those who can. The army built to move is also an army built to learn. Every campaign becomes a school. Every conquered specialist becomes a possible teacher. The comparison with many of their enemies is stark. Sedentary armies can be formidable. They may have armor, infantry, crossbows, fortifications, siege engines, and large populations behind them. but they often move through narrower channels, roads, river valleys, supply routes, bureaucratic orders, political delays. Commanders may be constrained by court politics or regional rivalry. Forces may be assembled slowly and dispersed after campaign seasons. Information may travel through official systems that are impressive on paper but slow in crisis. Against another sedentary power, these limits may be manageable. Against the Mongols, they become openings. The Mongols also understand the psychological effect of tempo. To be attacked is frightening. To be attacked before one has finished preparing is worse. To receive reports of one Mongol column in the east, another in the north, villages burning behind the frontier, envoys demanding surrender, and refugees spreading stories of destroyed armies that is not simply military pressure. It is the collapse of decision-making time. Genghis Khan's enemies often have less time to think than they believe they need. Councils argue while Mongol riders move. Governors wait for instructions while scouts cut roads. Commanders gather troops for a battle the Mongols may not intend to offer. Yet the army's power should not be mistaken for perfection. Mongol forces can suffer from weather, terrain, disease, supply strain, and resistance. Forests, mountains, humid climates, and heavily fortified regions present challenges. Horses require pasture. Without it, mobility weakens. Siege warfare is initially not their natural strength. The evidence remains incomplete for many early operations, and later victories can make the path seem smoother than it was. Genghis Khan's greatness lies partly in recognizing limitations and finding ways around them. When the Mongols lack siege expertise, they capture or recruit engineers. When they face unfamiliar terrain, they use local guides. When direct assault is costly, they isolate, terrorize, negotiate, or wait. The army is unstoppable, not because it never meets obstacles, but because it treats obstacles as problems to be solved by adaptation. This adaptability is already visible in the transition from steppe war to campaigns against settled states. A confederation of horse archers can dominate open country, but cities require different methods. Walls do not panic the way horses do. Gates do not chase a feigned retreat. Granaries, moats, towers, and crossbowmen complicate the clean logic of steppe maneuver. Many nomadic powers before the Mongols had struggled to convert battlefield superiority into lasting control over urban civilizations. Genghis Khan's army begins with the same challenge. Its answer will not come all at once. It will be learned through violence, experiment, captured expertise, and the steady realization that a city is not merely a target. It is a resource if preserved, a warning if destroyed, and a machine if its people are put to work. The army's internal culture helps it survive this learning process. Commanders are expected to obey the overall plan but are often trusted with initiative across wide distances. This balance between discipline and flexibility is rare. Too much central control, and distant columns freeze when conditions change. Too much independence, and the army fragments into raiding parties. Genghis Khan and his commanders develop a style in which broad objectives are clear, timing matters, and subordinate leaders can exploit opportunities without losing sight of the larger design. Subutai's later campaigns will show this at extraordinary scale, but the foundation belongs to the system created under Genghis Khan. Another quiet strength is memory. The Mongols remember who resisted, who surrendered, who betrayed envoys, who provided supplies, who guided them, and who lied. Their campaigns produce a moral map of obedience and punishment. This memory travels through the army and beyond it. A city that kills envoys is marked. A ruler who breaks terms invites exemplary destruction. A town that submits early may be spared and taxed. Such consistency is never perfect, and local commanders can vary. But the pattern is strong enough to become part of Mongol reputation. Military movement and political messaging are intertwined. The army does not merely defeat bodies, it teaches future enemies how to behave. To the men riding inside this system, the experience of war must have been both empowering and exhausting. They are asked to travel astonishing distances, endure hunger and cold, maintain weapons, control horses, obey signals, sleep lightly, fight repeatedly, and accept discipline even after victory. In return, they receive plunder, status, protection, and the sense of belonging to a power that keeps winning. Success itself becomes addictive. Each campaign proves the system works. Each victory brings new animals, captives, goods, and specialists. Each defeated enemy enlarges the world that can be imagined as reachable. The horizon, already wide in steppe life, becomes wider still. Genghis Khan's role is to hold this widening world within a command structure. He does not personally fire every arrow or plan every maneuver, and the later empire's achievements depend on brilliant subordinates. But the system that allows those subordinates to act is inseparable from his leadership. He creates the conditions in which talent can rise, orders can travel, units can coordinate, and conquest can feed further conquest. A less secure ruler might fear capable generals and suppress them. Genghis Khan uses them, rewards them, and binds them to him. This is another reason his power grows. He is not the only dangerous man in the Mongol army. He makes a place for dangerous men and points them outward. The result is a force that unsettles every assumption enemies bring to war. It moves too quickly, it retreats too convincingly, it scouts too widely, it obeys too well, it divides without dissolving, it learns too fast, it is cruel, but not always recklessly cruel. It is flexible enough to spare, tax, recruit, or annihilate, depending on the lesson the Khan wants taught. It comes from a society many settled powers consider marginal. Yet it masters the strategic use of distance better than richer states that claim the center of civilization. That contradiction lies at the heart of the Mongol shock. The edge of the map has learned how to move faster than the center can think. So when the armies of Genghis Khan begin pressing against the great settled powers, they carry with them more than horses and bows. They carry the reorganized steppe its hunger, discipline, intelligence, endurance, and newly centralized violence. The warriors who ride south and west are not simply seeking plunder in the old way. They are part of a machine that has discovered momentum. Once set in motion, it demands new targets, new rewards, new submissions, and new proofs of its own invincibility. The world beyond Mongolia is still full of walls, kings, markets, temples, farms, and ancient confidence. But the Mongol army has been built for the spaces between them, and soon those spaces will no longer protect anyone. Fear travels differently from an army. An army has bodies, horses, baggage, wounded men, tired animals, and limits that even the greatest commanders cannot fully escape. Fear has none of these burdens. It crosses mountains in the mouths of refugees. It passes through market towns with merchants who have seen smoke rising behind them. It enters palaces as rumour, becomes larger in official reports, and grows sharper when no one can tell exactly how close the danger is. Genghis Khan understands this with unusual clarity. The Mongols do not rely on terror because they are mindlessly cruel. They use terror because, in the right circumstances, It can break resistance before a siege begins, divide enemies before armies meet, and make one destroyed city speak to 10 cities still untouched. This is one of the hardest parts of the Mongol story to tell, honestly, because it stands between two distortions. One distortion turns the Mongols into monsters without strategy, as if devastation pours from them naturally and without thought. The other tries to admire their efficiency so much that it softens the human horror of what they did. Neither is enough. What survives in the record suggests a military culture that could be intensely pragmatic and intensely brutal at the same time. The Mongols often prefer surrender. A city that opens its gates, provides supplies, accepts Mongol authority, and does not kill envoys may survive with its artisans, merchants, and officials put to use. A city that resists, rebels, or murders messengers may be subjected to exemplary violence. The distinction is not mercy as modern morality understands it. It is a system of incentives written in blood. The protection of envoys becomes a central piece of this system. Across the steppe and across trade routes, messengers are more than carriers of words. They are extensions of authority. To harm them is to insult the power that sent them, and to threaten the entire structure of negotiation. Genghis Khan treats attacks on envoys as crimes requiring overwhelming response. This is not just personal pride, it is strategic necessity. His empire depends on communication demands for surrender. Intelligence reports, diplomatic messages, instructions to commanders, and arrangements with merchants. If enemies can kill envoys without consequence, the Mongol method weakens, so the consequence must be unforgettable. Later, when the Khwarezmian crisis explodes after the killing of Mongol representatives and merchants, the violence that follows will be rooted in this principle. But the logic exists earlier. Words must travel safely, or armies will. Before a Mongol attack, information flows in both directions. Scouts and spies move ahead of the army, gathering details about roads, wells, fortresses, rivalries, supplies, and morale. Merchants are especially useful because they cross political boundaries naturally. They know prices, languages, rumours, and the mood of cities. Captives provide local knowledge. Defectors explain court factions. Guides show hidden routes. The Mongols are often portrayed as outsiders crashing into civilizations they do not understand, but their campaigns show careful attention to the weaknesses of those civilizations. They want to know who hates the ruler, who has been taxed too heavily, which governor is unpopular, which city is divided, which fortress lacks water, which road can carry horses, and which rumour will make people hesitate. This intelligence work allows terror to be aimed rather than scattered randomly. A commander may offer terms to a city that can be useful, while destroying another whose resistance needs to become an example. A region may be flooded with warnings before the main force arrives. Survivors may be allowed to flee, not always by accident, because fleeing survivors carry the story farther than dead ones. Medieval sources sometimes exaggerate the scale of massacres, and scholars still debate the numbers reported for many Mongol campaigns. Some figures are mathematically impossible, inflated by horror, politics, or later literary convention. Yet even when stripped of exaggeration, the devastation remains real. The point is not whether every chronicler's number can be trusted. The point is that enough cities suffered badly enough for the reputation to become one of the Mongols' most effective weapons. Genghis Khan's enemies often face a terrible calculation. To resist may preserve honour, faith, loyalty, or political legitimacy, but it may also invite annihilation. To surrender may save lives and property, but it means submission to a power many rulers consider barbarian, illegitimate, or temporary. This calculation becomes harder because the Mongols cultivate uncertainty. They can be unexpectedly lenient to those who submit and unimaginably destructive to those who do not. The range of outcomes creates psychological pressure. A defender cannot comfort himself with the idea that all choices lead to the same fate. Choice matters, and that makes responsibility unbearable. If a city resists and is destroyed, survivors may blame the ruler who refused terms. If a ruler surrenders too early, he may be seen as cowardly or treacherous. Genghis Khan weaponizes not only fear of death, but fear of making the wrong decision. Terror also compensates for numbers. The Mongols are formidable, but they are not infinite. They often operate far from their homeland, deep in territories with larger settled populations. They cannot afford to storm every wall, fight every garrison to the last man, or occupy every village with large permanent forces. Fear extends their reach. If one city's destruction causes several others to surrender, the Mongols save men, arrows, horses, and time. If rumors of massacre cause field armies to break morale before battle, the Mongols preserve strength for the next campaign. This is the cold arithmetic behind much of their brutality. It is not violence instead of strategy. It is violence as strategy. Yet terror alone cannot explain Mongol success. Many armies have committed atrocities without building empires. Terror becomes effective for the Mongols because it is paired with reliability. Their threats are credible, their rewards are visible, and their movements are fast enough that warnings cannot be ignored. If they threaten punishment but fail to arrive, fear fades. If they destroy randomly even after surrender, cities have less reason to submit. If they spare too generously after rebellion, deterrence weakens. The Mongol system is never perfectly consistent across all commanders and all campaigns, but it is consistent enough to create a reputation for terrible conditional logic, obey, and live under Mongol rule, resist or betray and risk destruction. The intelligence of terror appears in the way Mongols use surrender terms. They often demand supplies, troops, artisans, tribute, and loyalty. Skilled craftsmen, engineers, scribes, doctors, translators, and administrators may be separated from the general population and sent elsewhere. This practice can look like mercy from one angle and forced extraction from another. It preserves useful people while stripping a city of its human resources. A conquered community may survive physically but lose its best specialists to the expanding imperial machine. These people then help the Mongols take the next city. Siege engineers from one region appear before the walls of another. Translators make demands clear. Accountants help assess wealth. The conquered are turned into instruments of conquest. Psychological warfare begins even before formal battle. The Mongols may send envoys demanding surrender in terms that leave little room for dignity. They may display captured prisoners. They may spread stories of previous destruction. They may exaggerate their own numbers by lighting many fires, raising dust, using extra horses, or coordinating widely dispersed columns so that enemies cannot tell how large the army really is. Some of these tactics are difficult to verify in every reported instance, because medieval military narratives often include stock motifs of deception, but the broader Mongol skill at misdirection is well supported by their battlefield conduct. They understand appearances. They understand that an enemy's imagination can be made to fight against him. The feigned retreat belongs to this same mental world. It is a battlefield lie performed with discipline. It tells the enemy, for a few fatal moments, that the Mongols are weaker than they are. It invites pursuit, greed, relief, and disorder. Then the lie closes. On the strategic level, Mongol diplomacy can work similarly. They may appear to withdraw from a region only to return by another route. They may negotiate while preparing attack. They may leave a defeated ruler in place temporarily, not because they trust him, but because immediate removal is inconvenient. Their enemies, accustomed to more ceremonial forms of war and diplomacy, sometimes misread this flexibility as inconsistency. In reality, Genghis Khan's policy is often brutally simple. Whatever strengthens submission and future conquest is useful. There is also a moral theatre to Mongol punishment. When a ruler kills envoys, breaks an agreement, or resists after refusing terms, the Mongols frame the punishment as justice. This does not make the punishment proportionate, but it gives it ideological shape. Genghis Khan does not present himself merely as a raider taking what he wants. He increasingly acts as a universal ruler whose authority should be recognized, and whose messengers carry the weight of that authority. Defiance becomes not just opposition but rebellion against a world order he claims to embody. The evidence remains incomplete on how fully developed this ideology is at each stage of his life. But by the time of the larger conquests, Mongol demands often carry the assumption that heaven has granted them dominion and that resistance is both foolish and morally wrong. For conquered peoples, this ideology can be chilling. It means the Mongols may interpret their own victories as proof of divine favour. If eternal heaven grants victory to the Khan, then the defeat of enemies confirms the justice of his rule. Such beliefs are not unique to the Mongols. Many empires read success as sacred approval. But combined with Mongol speed and punitive policy, the effect is severe. To resist is to stand not merely against an army, but against a fate the conquerors believe has already been decided. This belief strengthens Mongol confidence and unsettles opponents who see their own gods, kings, or walls failing before riders from the steppe. Still, there are limits to fear. Some cities resist despite everything. Some rulers choose death over surrender. Some populations rebel after submitting. Some fortresses hold longer than expected. Terror can backfire, especially if people believe surrender will not protect them, or if resistance is driven by desperation. The Mongols adapt to this as well. They do not rely only on threats. They combine terror with siegecraft, negotiation, bribery, political division, and administrative incorporation. They use fear to open doors, but they are prepared to break doors that remain closed. No single explanation fully accounts for their success, because their success lies in combination. Terror without intelligence is wasteful. Intelligence without speed is slow. Speed without discipline is unstable. Discipline without reward breeds resentment. Genghis Khan binds these elements together. The role of merchants deserves special attention. The Mongol elite values trade more than the stereotype of pure nomadic raiders would suggest. Merchants bring luxury goods, information, diplomatic links, and access to distant economies. Genghis Khan grants privileges to certain merchant groups and uses them as connectors across regions. This commercial interest sits uneasily beside the destruction of cities, but it is part of the same imperial logic. Cities that submit can become sources of wealth. Trade routes can be protected and taxed. Caravans can carry messages as well as goods. The Mongols do not hate civilization in any simple sense. They hate defiance, obstruction, and insult. A marketplace under Mongol protection may prosper. A city that kills Mongol envoys may be erased. The contrast is harsh, but it is central to understanding their rule. A lesser-known aspect of Mongol psychological power is their use of reputation among their own troops. Warriors who believe their people are feared fight differently. Confidence becomes a resource, if enemies often surrender before full combat. Mongol soldiers see their own aura confirmed. If commanders promise that resistance will be punished and then punishment follows, the army trusts the leadership's pattern. This internal morale matters. An army that thinks history is moving with it can endure extraordinary hardship. Genghis Khan gives his followers not just plunder, but a sense that they belong to an expanding destiny. That belief can carry men across deserts and mountains as surely as supplies do. At the same time, fear flows inward too. Genghis Khan's followers know the consequences of disobedience. The terror directed at enemies is mirrored by discipline within the Mongol system. Commanders who fail, betray, or act without permission may face severe punishment. Units are held responsible. Looting too early can be deadly. This internal severity gives external terror credibility. The Mongols can threaten order because they practice order. The Khan who punishes a city for betrayal also punishes his own people for breaking the rules that make conquest possible. It is a grim symmetry, but it strengthens the machine. The image of the Mongols as unstoppable often comes from the moment their victims realize that ordinary categories have failed. Are these raiders seeking plunder? Sometimes. Are they conquerors seeking submission increasingly? Are they diplomats offering terms? Yes, but terms backed by annihilation. Are they destroyers of cities when useful or provoked? Are they protectors of trade? Also, yes, when trade serves the empire. This fluidity confuses enemies who expect a single motive. Genghis Khan's power lies partly in refusing to be trapped by one identity. He can be a steppe Khan, lawgiver, merchant protector, divine instrument, avenger, recruiter of talent, and destroyer of rebels, depending on what the situation requires. The human experience of facing such a force is almost unimaginable. A governor receives envoys demanding surrender to a ruler whose homeland lies beyond the known horizon. He hears that other towns that submitted were spared, though taxed and stripped of specialists. He hears that towns that resisted were slaughtered. His own soldiers look nervous. Merchants urge caution. Priests urge faith. Local elites worry about their property. The ruler's overlord may be far away, slow to respond, or suspicious of any independent negotiation. Refugees arrive with stories that may be exaggerated but cannot be dismissed. Somewhere beyond the walls, Mongol scouts are already measuring roads and water. The decision must be made before the main army arrives. This is terror at its most intelligent, not merely screaming at the gates, but sitting invisibly inside the council chamber. And once fear enters politics, it divides. Some factions argue for surrender, others for resistance. Some open gates in secret. Some flee with wealth. Some assassinate leaders who refuse terms. Some rulers punish those who suggest compromise, weakening themselves further. The Mongols benefit from these fractures. Their intelligence networks help identify them. Their offers exploit them. Their punishments deepen them in the next city. Every conquered place becomes a message adapted to the anxieties of the next. Yet the story should not make Mongol victory seem effortless. The use of terror requires careful calibration, and the Mongols do not always achieve their aims without cost. Siege warfare can be slow. Long campaigns strain animals and men. A destroyed city cannot be taxed in the same way as a surrendered one. Excessive devastation can reduce the value of conquest. Genghis Khan and his commanders must constantly decide what to preserve and what to obliterate. The evidence suggests that they are capable of both extremes. Their reputation for destruction is earned, but their empire could not have functioned if destruction were all they knew. This dual capacity makes them especially formidable. A purely destructive army burns bright and then fades. A purely administrative empire may expand slowly and cautiously. The Mongols combine the threat of annihilation with the promise of incorporation. They can devastate one city and employ the engineers from another. They can massacre defenders and protect merchants. They can destroy a dynasty's field army and then use its officials to collect revenue. To modern eyes, these contradictions can seem impossible to reconcile. To Genghis Khan, they are tools serving the same end: submission to the order he commands. So fear runs ahead of the Mongol army like a shadow at sunset, lengthening beyond the body that casts it. But behind the shadow is an intelligence that makes it useful. Scouts gather facts, envoys deliver terms, spies locate weakness, punishments create examples, survivors spread the lesson. Rewards prove that surrender can save what resistance loses. Discipline ensures that Mongol threats are not empty. Speed prevents enemies from recovering their nerve. The result is a kind of warfare in which the battle often begins long before arrows fly. By the time Mongol riders appear beneath the walls, the defenders may already have been fighting them for weeks in rumour, argument, dread, and imagination. This is how the newly unified steppe begins to reach beyond itself, not only by movement and not only by violence, but by making movement and violence speak. Genghis Khan turns reputation into an advance force. The world beyond Mongolia is still full of rulers who believe they can manage threats by the older methods: delay, insult, tribute, partial mobilization, guarded diplomacy, confidence in walls. Some will learn quickly, others will learn only once, and too late. The intelligence of terror does not make the Mongols invincible everywhere, but it makes every enemy decision heavier, slower, and more dangerous. In war, that can be enough to turn strength into collapse before the first gate falls. South of the steppe, the world changes texture. Grass gives way to fields, fields to villages, villages to market towns, and beyond them rise the walls, towers, gates, granaries, temples, workshops, and administrative centres of northern China. To the Mongols, this is not an unknown world in the absolute sense. For generations, steppe peoples and Chinese states have traded, fought, negotiated, intermarried, raided, and manipulated one another across the frontier. But to conquer a settled dynasty is different from raiding its borderlands. A dynasty is not a herd that can be driven away. It is a network of cities, officials, tax registers, fortifications, armies, roads, and stored grain. It can absorb losses that would destroy a steppe clan. It can retreat behind walls and force cavalry to confront stone. The power facing Genghis Khan is the Jin dynasty, ruled by the Urchins, a people who themselves had come from beyond the older Chinese heartland and conquered northern China in the previous century. This matters because the Jin are not soft courtiers waiting helplessly behind silk screens, as later stereotypes might suggest. They are a frontier empire with their own history of cavalry warfare, military adaptation, and rule over a large agrarian population. Their cities are rich. Their armies can be large. Their officials understand diplomacy. Their fortresses are serious obstacles. If the newly unified Mongols can break the Jin, they will prove that their system can do more than dominate the open steppe. They will prove that movement can overcome walls. The war does not begin as a simple clash between nomad and farmer. It grows from a frontier world dense with resentment and opportunity. The Jin had long been involved in steppe politics, using titles, trade, subsidies, and punitive expeditions to keep northern peoples divided. Temujin's earlier enemies, including the Tatars, had connections to Jin policy, and Mongol memory preserved old grievances. The Jin court may have viewed the rise of Genghis Khan as dangerous but manageable, perhaps another steppe power to be contained through familiar methods. That assumption becomes one of the first great misreadings of the Mongol age. They are not dealing with a temporary confederation held together only by recent victory. They are facing a reorganized military society whose leader has already broken the old tools of division. When the Mongols first press against the Jin frontier, they do what they know best. They move fast, strike widely, avoid being pinned where possible, and exploit the open spaces beyond fortified centres. Frontier defences that make sense against ordinary raids begin to fail under sustained, coordinated pressure. The Mongols do not need to capture every fortress immediately in order to destabilize the region. They can ride past strong points, devastate the countryside, cut communications, isolate towns, and force defenders to choose between staying safe behind walls and watching the world outside burn. A wall protects what is inside it. It does not automatically protect fields, herds, roads, messengers, or morale. The Jin have resources, but resources require coordination. Orders must move through official channels. Commanders must know where the enemy is. Armies must assemble and march. Local officials must decide whether to defend, flee, negotiate, or wait for help. The Mongols attack this entire system. Their speed turns information stale. Their scouts locate weak points. Their threats divide local elites. Their ability to appear in unexpected places makes defense reactive. A dynasty built on bureaucracy can be formidable, but bureaucracy needs time. Genghis Khan's army is designed to steal time. Yet the Mongols soon face the problem that every steppe conqueror must confront in China. Cities do not surrender to horse archery alone. A rider can dominate the open field and still find himself useless before a high wall defended by crossbowmen, towers, gates, moats, and stored supplies. The Jin understand fortification. Northern China contains cities with complex defences, and the capital region is not simply exposed pasture. If the Mongols want more than plunder, they must learn siege warfare. This is one of the crucial turning points in their transformation from a steppe army into an imperial force. At first, the learning is practical and opportunistic. The Mongols capture engineers, artisans, and siege specialists from Chinese and other settled populations. They force or persuade them into service. They learn to use catapults, traction trebuchets, battering devices, ladders, mining techniques, and methods of cutting supply. They observe how cities store food, how walls are repaired, how defenders ration water, how officials negotiate when panic begins. The process is violent, uneven, and dependent on the expertise of conquered people. The Mongols do not suddenly become master engineers by themselves. Their genius lies in recognizing that they do not need to invent every skill. They need to command the people who possess it. This willingness to learn is one reason they become so difficult to stop. Many conquering peoples cling too tightly to their original strengths. They win in one environment and then fail when the environment changes. Genghis Khan's armies do not abandon the steppe methods that made them powerful, but they add to them. Against field armies, they remain mobile horse archers, encirclers, deceivers, and hunters of panic. Against cities, they become employers of siege experts, gatherers of intelligence, cutters of supply lines, and practitioners of terror calibrated to make resistance seem irrational. Northern China becomes a school, and the tuition is paid by cities under siege. The Jin capital, Zhongdu, near modern Beijing, becomes a symbol of this struggle. It is not merely a city but an imperial centre, dense with wealth, population, officials, and prestige. The Mongols cannot treat it like a nomad camp. The campaign against it exposes both their growing power and their limitations. They can devastate surrounding regions, defeat armies, and create enormous pressure. But taking a major capital requires more than speed. It requires endurance, siegecraft, political exploitation, and the ability to keep forces supplied while operating in a settled landscape. The evidence remains incomplete in some details, and sources differ in emphasis. But the broad picture is clear: the Mongols force the Jin into a crisis that their older frontier strategies cannot solve. The Jin court eventually moves its capital south to Kaifeng, a decision that may have made sense as a defensive adjustment, but appears to Genghis Khan as betrayal or refusal of proper submission. Such moves reveal the difference between dynastic calculation and Mongol expectation. A settled ruler may see relocation as strategic preservation. The Mongol Khan may see it as evasion after terms have been made. Once trust breaks, punishment follows. The war deepens. Zhongdu falls in 1215 after immense suffering, and the Mongols gain not only plunder but experience, prestige, and access to the administrative and technical resources of northern China. The fall of a great city carries psychological force beyond its walls. For peoples of the steppe, the defeat of a rich imperial capital proves that the old balance has changed. For other sedentary states, it sends a darker warning: walls can fail, capitals can be abandoned, dynasties can bleed. For the Mongols themselves, it confirms that their methods can scale upward. They are no longer only the masters of grassland war. They have entered the world of urban conquest and survived the lesson. The frontier has broken, and behind it lies an almost unimaginable reservoir of human skill and material wealth. The human cost is severe. Campaigns in northern China bring devastation to rural communities caught between armies. Fields are trampled or abandoned, villages lose animals and grain, refugees crowd roads. Cities under siege face hunger, disease, fear, and political fracture. Chroniclers often describe scenes of extreme suffering, and while numbers may be inflated, the reality of disaster is undeniable. The Mongol war against the Jin is not a clean chess match between state systems. It is lived by farmers, craftsmen, soldiers, women, children, monks, clerks, merchants, and captives whose lives are pulled apart by decisions made far above them. What survives in the record suggests not a single catastrophe, but a spreading zone of insecurity. Genghis Khan's policy toward conquered Chinese populations is practical and sometimes contradictory. Destruction occurs, especially where resistance is fierce or where terror is meant to teach. Yet the Mongols also preserve and use what they need. Artisans are valuable. Engineers are essential. Administrators can turn conquest into revenue. Interpreters make rule possible. Doctors, astrologers, scribes, and craftsmen can serve the Khan's court and armies. A city's wealth is not only in its gold or silk, but in trained hands and organized knowledge. The Mongols begin to understand this with increasing clarity. To destroy everything is to weaken future conquest. To preserve selectively is to turn the conquered world into a tool. One of the important figures in this transition is Mukhali, a trusted general whom Genghis Khan appoints to continue operations in northern China, while the Khan turns his attention elsewhere. Mukhali's role shows that the Mongol system has matured beyond personal raiding under the Khan's immediate eye. Genghis Khan can delegate major theatres of war to commanders who understand the broader design. Mukhali fights not only with Mongol cavalry, but with allied and subject forces, including Chinese troops. The conquest becomes more complex, less purely Mongol in ethnic composition, and more imperial in character. The army absorbs the military resources of the lands it attacks. This is another reason the Mongols become stronger with expansion. Conquest gives them not only territory but capabilities. In northern China, they encounter siege engineers, gunpowder weapons in early forms, administrative knowledge, mass infantry, and the logistical possibilities of agrarian states. They do not instantly master all of these things, and the full conquest of the Jin will not be completed until after Genghis Khan's death. But the process has begun. The steppe army is becoming hybrid. Its core remains mounted mobility, but around that core gather specialists from every conquered region. The edge of the map is learning to use the centre's tools against the centre itself. The Jin, for their part, are not defeated because they are weak in any simple sense. They face internal strains, rival threats, political miscalculations, and the immense difficulty of defending a broad frontier against an enemy who refuses predictable battle. Their relationship with the Southern Song dynasty complicates their strategic position. Their court politics affect decision-making. Their commanders vary in quality. The Mongols exploit all of this. It is not enough to say that Mongol cavalry beats Chinese walls. The reality is more intricate. Speed attacks communication, terror attacks morale, diplomacy attacks unity, siegecraft attacks fortifications, and captured expertise attacks the technological gap. No single explanation fully accounts for the Jin crisis. The Mongols win because they apply pressure at every level at once. There is a strange irony in the Mongol war against northern China. The Jin dynasty, born from conquest by a non-Han people, had once represented the power of the frontier over the settled world. Now it becomes the settled empire facing a newer frontier force, more mobile, more unified, and more adaptive than itself. History turns the old conquerors into defenders. The same northern zones that had once enabled Jurchen power now become corridors of Mongol advance. The frontier is not a line but a living machine, producing and absorbing conquerors across centuries. For Genghis Khan personally, the Jin campaigns mark a widening of imagination. The wealth of northern China far exceeds the scale of steppe plunder. The complexity of its cities, records, and populations reveals both opportunity and danger. If such lands can be forced into submission, then the Mongol order can support ambitions far beyond the unification of tribes. But the campaigns also show that ruling settled populations requires skills different from winning the open field. A destroyed city yields immediate terror and plunder. A functioning city yields taxes, craftsmen, weapons, and long-term support. The Khan's empire must decide again and again how much to burn and how much to use. This tension will follow the Mongols everywhere, in China, Central Asia, Persia, and beyond. They will oscillate between annihilation and incorporation, between the logic of the raid and the logic of rule. Genghis Khan's greatness, and the terror of his greatness, lies in his ability to hold both possibilities open. He can order destruction without hesitation, but he can also protect a useful specialist, spare a cooperative community, or preserve a trade route. His enemies often hope he'll be only one thing: a barbarian to be bought off, a raider to be waited out, a conqueror unable to govern, a horseman helpless before walls. In northern China, those hopes begin to fail. The Mongol encounter with Chinese siegecraft also changes future campaigns far from China. Engineers and techniques drawn from the Jin War will later matter in Central Asia and beyond. The knowledge extracted from one civilization travels with the Mongols to attack another. This is one of the empire's most unsettling qualities. It connects regions through violence before it connects them through trade. A skill developed to defend or attack walls in China may appear outside an Islamic city. A captured artisan from one frontier may end up serving in a campaign hundreds or thousands of miles away. The empire becomes a moving network of coerced expertise. Meanwhile, Mongol reputation grows. News of Jin defeat spreads across steppe and settled worlds alike. Some reports exaggerate, some distort, but the central fact is undeniable. Genghis Khan has challenged one of the great powers of East Asia and survived. More than survived. He has forced it into retreat, tribute, crisis, and humiliation. The psychological balance shifts. The Mongols are no longer merely feared as raiders. They are feared as a state-destroying force. Other rulers must begin to ask whether their own defences, their own walls, their own court politics would fare any better. And yet Genghis Khan does not finish the Jin before turning west. This is not failure so much as evidence of his strategic world expanding faster than any one theatre can contain. Northern China remains contested, and the Jin endure for years, but the Mongols have learned enough, gained enough, and broken enough to move with new confidence. The South has shown them the vulnerability of cities and the value of specialists. It has shown them that settled empires can be shaken by speed and terror, then exploited through adaptation. It has shown them that walls are not the end of Mongol power, only a new problem for that power to solve. By the time the Mongol gaze turns towards Central Asia, the army is no longer exactly the same force that rode out from the unified steppe. It carries Chinese engineers, siege knowledge, experience against fortified cities, and a deeper understanding of imperial wealth. The war against the Jin has opened the northern gate, but more importantly, it has opened a method. Conquest can move from pasture to city, from raid to siege, from tribal submission to dynastic collapse. The Mongols have crossed a threshold that many steppe powers before them could not fully cross. They have learned how to make walls part of their battlefield. So the campaign in northern China becomes more than a regional war. It is the first great test of the new Mongol order against a major settled civilization, and the test does not stop them, it changes them. The riders from the grasslands do not dissolve before bureaucracy, stone, and population. They adapt, absorb, and return stronger. Behind them lie burned villages, fallen towns, terrified courts, captured engineers, and a dynasty forced to reconsider the meaning of security. Ahead of them lies a different world of deserts, caravan cities, Islamic scholarship, trade wealth, proud rulers, and another fatal misunderstanding. The Jin have discovered that the Mongols can break a northern gate. The Khwarezmian Empire will soon discover what happens when it insults the messengers of a power that has learned to take cities. Far to the west of the Mongolian steppe, beyond the deserts and mountain corridors, beyond the oases where caravans measure distance in wells and shade, there stands a world rich enough to tempt any conqueror, and proud enough to misunderstand danger until danger is already inside its gates. The Khwarezmian Empire stretches across much of Central Asia and Iran, controlling cities tied to the great commercial routes between China, the Islamic world, and the lands beyond. Its towns are not rough frontier camps. They are places of merchants, scholars, mosques, markets, gardens, walls, libraries, workshops, tax collectors, judges, and soldiers. Samarkand and Bukhara carry names heavy with wealth and learning. Urgench rises from the delta lands of the Oxus. rich, crowded, and difficult. This is not the scattered tribal world Temujin once had to bind together, nor the northern Chinese frontier he has already battered open. It is a different civilization with its own confidence, and that confidence becomes fatal. The road to catastrophe begins not with a Mongol invasion column, but with trade. This is one of the strange ironies of Genghis Khan's Western War. The Mongols do not first approach the Khwarezmian world only as destroyers. They approach it as a power interested in exchange, recognition, and commercial connection. Genghis Khan understands the value of merchants. They bring information, luxury goods, metals, textiles, and knowledge of distant political conditions. After the campaigns against the Jin, he has even more reason to value long-distance trade because his empire now sits astride routes connecting China, the steppe, and Central Asia. A stable relationship with Khwarezm could enrich both sides. It could also give Genghis Khan access to Western markets without immediate war. The evidence remains incomplete in some details, and later sources naturally frame the crisis through the disaster that followed. But the broad outline is clear. Before the slaughter, there is an attempt at contact. A Mongol-sponsored caravan arrives at Otrar, a frontier city under Khwarezmian control. The governor, Inalshuk, suspects the merchants of being spies. In a world of imperial rivalry, that suspicion is not absurd. Merchants often do carry intelligence, and Genghis Khan's network makes use of commercial travellers. But suspicion is not the same as wisdom. The caravan is seized, its goods confiscated, and its members are reportedly killed. Genghis Khan then sends envoys demanding restitution and the punishment of the governor. The Khwarezm Shah, Muhammad II, refuses in the most dangerous way possible. According to later accounts, one envoy is killed and others are humiliated, their beards shaved before being sent back. Details vary across sources, and historians remain cautious about the exact sequence. But the meaning in Mongol political culture is unmistakable. Envoys have been violated. Trade has been attacked. The authority of the Khan has been insulted. For Genghis Khan, this is not a minor diplomatic dispute. It strikes at the nerve system of his world. His empire depends on protected messengers, negotiated submission, trade intelligence, and the credibility of his threats. If a distant ruler can murder or humiliate his envoys without consequence, then every future negotiation weakens. The response must therefore be larger than revenge. It must become a lesson carried across all lands that might one day receive Mongol ambassadors. The Khwarezmian ruler may believe he is dealing with a frontier power far away, busy in China, unable to sustain a great campaign across deserts and mountains. If so, he has made the same mistake others make in different forms. He has confused distance with safety. The Khwarezmian Empire is powerful on paper. It controls wealthy cities and large populations. It can field troops from many regions. It sits across trade routes that have enriched its rulers. But its strength is less unified than it appears. Shah Muhammad II rules a recently expanded and politically strained empire, one still held together by force, ambition, and fear more than deep cohesion. His relationship with his mother, Turkan Khatun, is politically important and complicated. His commanders are not all equally loyal. Many cities have their own elites, their own anxieties, and their own calculations. The empire has grown quickly, and quick growth can leave seams. Genghis Khan is very good at finding seams. The Shah's greatest error is strategic fragmentation. Instead of concentrating his forces for a decisive response, he disperses troops among cities and garrisons, apparently hoping fortified centres can absorb the Mongol advance. This decision has logic from one angle. Cities have walls. The Mongols come from far away. A dispersed defence can protect key points and deny easy conquest. But against an enemy whose strength lies in speed, intelligence, and separate columns converging with precision, dispersion becomes dangerous. Genghis Khan does not need to defeat one enormous army if he can isolate cities, destroy detachments, prevent coordination, and make every commander feel abandoned. The Khwarezmian Empire has space, but the Mongols know how to weaponize space better. The invasion that follows is one of the most devastating campaigns in medieval history. The Mongols do not simply pour westward in a single mass. They advance in coordinated forces, using multiple routes, deception, and intelligence to unbalance the defense. Genghis Khan leads major operations himself, while trusted commanders and sons take crucial roles. The campaign shows the maturity of the Mongol system. It combines everything already forged in the steppe and tested against China: rapid movement, careful reconnaissance, terror, siege expertise, incorporation of specialists, and ruthless punishment for resistance. The Khwarezmian catastrophe is not an accident of one battle. It is the collapse of a political order under pressure from a machine built to exploit every delay. Otrar, where the crisis began, becomes one of the first targets. Its siege is symbolically necessary. The city that seized the caravan must be punished. The governor associated with the insult must face Mongol justice, if that word can be used for what follows. Otrar resists for months, showing that Khwarezmian cities are not helpless, and that Mongol victory is not effortless. Siege warfare is hard, and the defenders know what surrender may mean, but the city eventually falls. Later accounts describe terrible punishment for Inalchuk, including molten silver poured into his eyes and ears, though such details belong to the dramatic cruelty of medieval storytelling and may not be literally verifiable. What matters is that Mongol memory and the memory of their victims agree on the central point. Otrar is made into an example. The insult has produced annihilation. From there, the campaign widens, Bukhara falls, and with it, one of the great centers of Islamic urban life. The city's capture becomes surrounded by some of the most famous stories in the Genghis Khan tradition, though scholars treat exact speeches and scenes with caution. What survives beneath the literary shaping is the shock of a sacred and commercial city breached by riders from the eastern steppe. The Mongols separate useful specialists, seize wealth, and punish resistance. The fall of Bukhara sends a message across the region more powerful than any written order. If such a city can fall, no city can rely on reputation alone. Samarkand, larger and heavily defended, becomes another test. It has walls, troops, and elephants according to some accounts, though the military significance of these details is debated. The Mongols surround, pressure, negotiate, and exploit division. Some defenders continue resistance, others surrender or defect. As in other campaigns, the Mongols benefit from internal fractures. A city is not one mind. It contains soldiers, civilians, clerics, merchants, officials, slaves, foreigners, and factions whose interests diverge under fear. Genghis Khan's system works precisely because it turns these differences into cracks. The fall of Samarkand is not merely a military defeat. It is the collapse of confidence in the Shah's ability to protect the heart of his empire. Shah Muhammad II flees westward, pursued across his own realm. This pursuit is one of the most remarkable parts of the campaign, because it shows the Mongols' refusal to let political authority survive in motion. Defeating armies and taking cities is not enough if the ruler remains alive to rally resistance. Genghis Khan sends Jebe and Subutai after him, two commanders whose names will later become legendary for their long-range operations. They chase the Shah across Iran toward the Caspian Sea, moving with astonishing speed and persistence. Muhammad eventually dies in flight on an island in the Caspian, sick, exhausted, and stripped of the imperial command he once held. The symbolism is brutal, a ruler of great cities reduced to a fugitive at the edge of water. The pursuit does not end with him. Jebe and Subutai continue westward in what becomes an extraordinary reconnaissance in force through the Caucasus and into the steppe north of the Black Sea. This campaign reaches far beyond the immediate punishment of Khwarezm, probing lands unfamiliar to the Mongols and encountering Georgian forces, Alans, Kipchaks, and eventually Russ's princes. The full consequences belong to later Mongol history, but the roots lie here. The Khwarezmian War opens Western Eurasia to Mongol knowledge. What begins as retaliation for murdered envoys becomes a scouting expedition toward Europe. This is one of the most important patterns of Mongol expansion. Revenge creates opportunity. Opportunity creates information, and information creates the possibility of future conquest. Meanwhile, Genghis Khan and his main forces continue dismantling the Khwarezmian urban world. Urgench, rich and difficult, resists fiercely. Its location amid river channels and delta terrain complicates Mongol operations. The city is not easily suited to cavalry warfare, and the siege reportedly becomes bitter, costly, and destructive. There may also have been disagreements among Genghis Khan's sons over command and plunder, especially involving Yoshi, whose relationship with his father and brothers remains politically sensitive. The evidence is tangled, but the siege's brutality is not in doubt. Urgench suffers terribly. Later accounts describe mass slaughter and destruction of irrigation works, though again numbers must be treated cautiously. Even allowing for exaggeration, the damage to the region is profound. The destruction of irrigation is especially significant because it reaches beyond immediate killing. In arid and semi-arid lands, water systems are civilization, canals, dikes, channels, and maintenance regimes allow cities and fields to exist where rainfall alone is insufficient. War that disrupts these systems can transform landscapes for generations. Scholars still debate the exact scale and permanence of Mongol damage in different regions, because some areas recovered faster than older narratives suggest, while others suffered long-term decline. No single explanation fully accounts for the changes in Central Asian urban life after the conquest. But the Mongol campaigns unquestionably delivered a severe shock to populations, infrastructure, and political continuity. The dead are only part of the catastrophe. Broken systems can kill more slowly. Jalal al-Din, the Shah's son, offers the most dramatic resistance after his father's collapse. Unlike Muhammad, he shows real military courage and gathers forces to continue the fight. He wins a notable victory against a Mongol detachment at Parwan, demonstrating that Mongol armies can be defeated under the right conditions. This matters because it punctures the illusion of supernatural invincibility. The Mongols are human. They can lose. Their commanders can miscalculate. Their units can be overwhelmed, but the Mongol system responds to defeat with frightening seriousness. Genghis Khan moves against Jalal al-Din himself, eventually defeating him near the Indus. The image of Jalal al-Din escaping across the river, admired even by his enemy in later accounts, becomes one of the great scenes of the campaign. Whether embellished or not, it preserves a truth. Resistance exists, but it cannot reverse the collapse. The Khwarezmian catastrophe reveals the full range of Genghis Khan's power. He is avenger, strategist, destroyer, recruiter, and empire builder at once. He punishes the insult to his envoys with extreme violence, but he also uses the campaign to seize cities, specialists, wealth, routes, and information. He does not merely respond emotionally. His anger is organized into operations. That is what makes him so dangerous. Many rulers become cruel when insulted. Genghis Khan turns insult into a restructuring of the map. The scale of the violence horrifies chroniclers, especially in the Islamic world, where the fall of cities like Bukhara, Samarkand, Merv, Nishapur, and others becomes part of a memory of devastation almost beyond language. Medieval sources report enormous death tolls, sometimes in the hundreds of thousands or more for individual cities. Modern historians are cautious, recognizing that such figures are often exaggerated and that some accounts were shaped by trauma, rhetoric, and limited demographic knowledge. Yet caution about numbers should not become denial of horror. The Mongols did destroy cities, kill large numbers of people, deport skilled workers, and shatter political structures. The terror was real even if the arithmetic is uncertain. There is also a deeper shock. The Khwarezmian Empire collapses with stunning speed relative to its size and wealth. That collapse is not only the result of Mongol strength, it is also the result of Khwarezmian weakness, overextension, poor coordination, political mistrust, dispersed defense, and the Shah's failure to command loyalty in crisis. Genghis Khan's enemies often fail, not because they have no resources, but because they cannot convert resources into coherent action quickly enough. The Mongols are smaller than the worlds they attack, but they are more synchronized. A divided empire can be larger and still lose to a unified invader. The campaign also deepens the Mongol relationship with the Islamic world in contradictory ways. On one hand, it creates memories of atrocity and fear that endure for centuries. On the other, the Mongols absorb Muslim administrators, merchants, craftsmen, physicians, astronomers, and soldiers into their expanding system. The same conquest that destroys urban life in one place carries people and knowledge into new imperial circuits. This does not redeem the violence, but it helps explain the later complexity of the Mongol Empire. It is not simply a line of ashes across the map. It is also a forced circulation of skills, goods, and ideas under the shadow of conquest. For Genghis Khan's reputation, the war against Khwarezm is decisive. After northern China, he is a steppe ruler capable of challenging a great East Asian dynasty. After Khwarezm, he is something more terrifying, a world conqueror whose armies can cross deserts, mountains, and cultural frontiers to destroy a major Islamic empire. His name travels farther than his body. In cities he has not yet approached, rulers begin to imagine what refusal might cost. The story of murdered envoys and annihilated cities becomes part warning, part justification, part nightmare. Fear has acquired geography. It now has roads west. And yet the campaign is not merely outward expansion. It reflects everything that formed Temujin long before he became Genghis Khan. The protection of envoys echoes his obsession with loyalty and order. The punishment of betrayal recalls the lessons of abandonment. The incorporation of specialists reflects his habit of turning outsiders into tools of power. The pursuit of the Shah shows his refusal to leave rival authority intact. The division of armies across vast distances displays the mobility of the steppe refined into strategy. The terror visited on resistant cities reveals the same conditional logic he used among tribes: submit and be used, resist and be broken. By the time the Khwarezmian Empire lies shattered, The world has learned that Genghis Khan's reach is not limited by familiar assumptions. Distance does not save a ruler who insults him. Walls do not guarantee survival. Wealth does not create unity. Cities that imagine themselves permanent can become examples in a single campaign season, or a few. The Mongols have crossed from the eastern steppe into the heart of Central Asia and Iran, and the psychological frontier of Eurasia has moved with them. Before this war, some could still imagine the Mongol storm as a regional disaster. After it, the storm belongs to the continent. The catastrophe leaves behind silence of many kinds. Silent canals where maintenance has stopped. Silent workshops emptied of craftsmen deported east or north. Silent schools and mosques where scholars have fled or died. Silent roads where caravans wait to learn which power now protects or threatens them. But within the Mongol camp there is no silence of completion. Victory opens more horizons. Commanders return with knowledge of lands beyond the Caspian. Merchants measure new possibilities under Mongol protection. Captive engineers and scribes enter service. The empire has fed on the consequences of insult and grown larger from them. The Khwarezmian world has discovered, too late, that Genghis Khan does not need to begin a war wanting everything. It is enough to give him a reason. Once the army moves, reasons multiply. After the first shock of Mongol conquest, the question becomes not only why cities fall, but what falling means. A city is not a battlefield in the open grass. It is a crowded organism of walls, gates, markets, wells, shrines, workshops, warehouses, courtyards, prisons, stables, schools, and narrow streets where fear has nowhere to disperse. When Mongol rider appear outside such a place, the people inside do not experience empire as a map changing colour. They experience waiting. They hear rumours before they see soldiers. They watch officials argue. They see refugees pressed against gates. They count grain. They wonder whether surrender will save them or merely make death more orderly. In the open steppe, danger has distance around it. In a besieged city, danger presses inward until even silence becomes crowded. The Mongols understand that cities concentrate both wealth and defiance. They are valuable because they contain skilled people, stored goods, tax systems, religious prestige, political legitimacy, and administrative memory. They are dangerous because walls allow resistance to persist after field armies have failed. A city can become a stone knot in the path of conquest, slowing movement, inspiring nearby resistance, and forcing the Mongols to spend time, men, and animals. Genghis Khan's answer is never one thing. Sometimes the knot is cut, sometimes it is untied, sometimes it is preserved and turned into a new knot binding the region to Mongol power. This variation is essential. The Mongols do not treat every city identically, though later memory often compresses their campaigns into a single image of flames. The first stage is usually decision. Envoys arrive, or local representatives are summoned, and terms are made clear. Submission may mean opening the gates, providing supplies, accepting Mongol authority, surrendering soldiers or weapons, paying tribute, and allowing the removal of specialists. Resistance may mean siege, assault, massacre, enslavement, or deportation. The city's leaders must decide under pressure, often without reliable information. They may not know whether a relief army is coming. They may not know how many Mongols are outside. They may not trust the promises made to them, and with reason, because medieval conquest is rarely governed by gentleness. Yet they also know the stories of cities that resisted and suffered. The decision is made not in clear daylight, but in a fog of rumour. pride, fear, duty, and calculation. When a city surrenders early, its fate can be harsh but survivable. The Mongols may spare much of the population, especially if the city is useful and has not provoked them. They may demand wealth, animals, food, and hostages. They may appoint officials or leave existing administrators in place under supervision. They may register households for taxation. They may remove craftsmen, engineers, scribes, doctors, and other specialists for service elsewhere. This last practice is one of the quiet engines of Mongol expansion. A surrendered city can lose its most valuable human skills even while its walls remain standing. To the conqueror, this is efficient preservation. To the city, it is a form of amputation. When a city resists, the logic darkens. The Mongols may surround it, cut off supplies, construct siege works, fill moats, mine walls, bombard defences, use captured populations for labour, or force prisoners ahead of assaults. They may exploit factions inside the city, negotiate with one group against another, or promise safety to those who open gates. If the city falls after resistance, punishment can be catastrophic. Men of fighting age may be killed. Populations may be driven out and sorted. Artisans may be selected. Women and children may be enslaved or distributed. Buildings may be burned. Irrigation systems may be damaged. Religious sites may be spared in one place and destroyed in another, depending on circumstance, command, and the message intended. The evidence remains incomplete for many individual cities, and medieval chroniclers often shaped events through grief or moral interpretation, but enough accounts converge to show a pattern of real and extreme violence. The numbers reported for Mongol massacres are among the most debated elements of the story. Chroniclers sometimes give death tolls so enormous that modern historians question whether the cities in question even contained that many people. Some figures may be symbolic, rhetorical, or based on hearsay. Others may reflect attempts to count not only urban residents, but refugees from surrounding regions who had crowded inside the walls. Scholars still debate the scale of destruction in places such as Merv, Nishapur, Urgench, and other cities devastated during the Khwarezmian War. It is important to separate arithmetic from reality. Exaggerated numbers do not mean imagined suffering. A death toll can be inflated and the catastrophe still be immense. The smoke was real. The empty houses were real. The survivors were real. Merv offers one of the most haunting examples. Once a major city of the Eastern Islamic world, rich in learning, trade, and irrigation, it becomes a symbol of Mongol devastation. Later sources report staggering slaughter there, with numbers that modern historians treat cautiously. But the broader destruction is not in doubt. The city's fall marks not merely the loss of lives, but the rupture of an urban ecosystem. Scholars, merchants, farmers, canal workers, craftsmen, religious leaders, families, and administrators tied together by generations of labour. When such a city is broken, the damage spreads beyond walls. Fields lose organisation. Trade routes shift, manuscripts vanish, teachers die or flee, apprentices lose masters. Irrigation works decay if the people who maintain them are killed, displaced, or unable to organise repairs. Civilization is not only buildings, it is continuity. Nishapur carries another grim memory. Its destruction is often linked in later accounts to the death of a Mongol commander, sometimes identified as a son-in-law of Genghis Khan, and the resulting vengeance said to have been severe. As always, details and numbers require caution, but the logic of exemplary punishment fits Mongol practice. A city that kills important Mongol figures or resists after being marked for retaliation may be destroyed not simply to remove resistance, but to announce the cost of defiance. To modern ears, this can sound like cruelty dressed as policy, and in human terms it is exactly that. But in strategic terms it also reveals how the Mongols convert individual losses into regional messages. One death among the conquerors can become the death sentence of a city. Urgence shows a different kind of difficulty. Its wealth and location make it important, but its geography complicates Mongol operations. Delta lands, waterways, dense urban space, and stubborn resistance create conditions less favourable to cavalry. The siege becomes destructive and apparently costly. The city's fall is remembered as one of the campaign's great horrors, and its destruction may also reflect tensions within the Mongol command, including disputes over plunder and the role of Yochi. No single explanation fully accounts for what happens there. Military frustration, political symbolism, economic greed, and family rivalry may all have played roles. The result is devastation on a scale that lingers in regional memory. Yet the Mongols are not simply city haters. This must be repeated because it is one of the central contradictions of their empire. They destroy cities when destruction serves conquest, revenge, deterrence, or military necessity. They also preserve cities when preservation serves revenue, administration, trade, or future campaigns. Bukhara and Samarkand suffer deeply, but they are not erased forever. Many urban centres continue under Mongol domination, sometimes recovering in altered form. In some regions, Mongol rule eventually stabilizes trade and protects roots. In others, conquest leaves scars that last for generations. The empire's relationship with urban life is therefore predatory and practical, not purely annihilating. The Mongols do not despise cities too much to use them. This is where the distinction between destruction and administration becomes crucial. A city under Mongol control can be taxed, its craftsmen can supply armies, its merchants can connect distant regions, its scribes can record tribute, its religious leaders can calm or influence communities, its walls can protect a garrison, its wealth can reward commanders. Destroying a city produces terror and immediate plunder, but preserving one produces recurring value. Genghis Khan and his commanders constantly weigh these possibilities, though not always with the same answer. The balance shifts by region, resistance, leadership, and stage of conquest. Early in a campaign, exemplary destruction may open many gates. Later, administrative preservation may become more profitable. The sorting of populations after conquest reveals the cold utilitarianism of Mongol policy. Skilled artisans are often spared because they are useful. Metal workers, weavers, carpenters, potters, armourers, siege engineers, physicians, scribes, and astronomers can be moved across the empire. This creates strange forced journeys. A craftsman born in Central Asia may be sent east. A Chinese engineer may work before a Muslim city. A Persian administrator may serve Mongol rulers far from home. Conquest becomes a mechanism of human redistribution. The empire does not only move armies, it moves expertise. For the individuals taken, this can mean survival under coercion. For their home cities, it can mean loss. For the Mongol state, it is one of the secrets of growth. There is a lesser-known administrative side to this extraction. The Mongols quickly learn the value of census-taking, taxation, and classification. They need to know who can pay, who can work, who can fight, who can build, who can write, and who can guide. In regions with established bureaucratic traditions, they often rely on local or imported administrators who understand revenue systems better than steppe commanders do. This dependence on non-Mongol expertise becomes one of the defining features of the empire. Genghis Khan's people conquer, but the conquered help make conquest governable. It is a grim partnership, usually unequal, often forced, but historically decisive. The destruction of cities also reshapes landscapes in ways that can be difficult to measure. In irrigated regions, a canal is not a simple ditch. It is a social agreement made physical. Someone must clear it, regulate water, repair banks, settle disputes, and coordinate labor. War disrupts all of this. If the population collapses or flees, canals silt up. If authorities vanish, maintenance stops. If fields go dry, people move. Later observers may see abandoned land and blame one conqueror entirely, while modern scholars recognize that environmental change, political shifts, trade redirection, and earlier instability may also contribute. The evidence remains incomplete, and old narratives of total Mongol-caused ruin sometimes oversimplify. Still, Mongol violence could be a powerful accelerant of decline where systems were already fragile. For survivors, the meaning of conquest is not theoretical. A person may survive because they have a skill the Mongols need. Another may survive because they are young enough to be enslaved. Another because they flee before the encirclement closes. Another because their city surrenders early. Another because a commander decides the place is more useful alive than dead. Survival can feel random, though from the Mongol perspective it follows categories of usefulness, obedience, and punishment. This difference between lived chaos and strategic sorting is one of the most disturbing aspects of the conquest. Human beings experience terror individually. Empires process them collectively. Religious life inside conquered cities is equally complex. The Mongols may kill clerics in one place, spare them in another, exempt certain religious communities from taxation, or seek blessings from holy men of various traditions. They are not driven by a simple campaign against Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, or any other faith during Genghis Khan's lifetime. Their primary religious boundary is political obedience. A religious figure who submits may be tolerated or even honored. One associated with resistance may die with the rest. This policy shocks many settled societies because sacred status does not guarantee protection. Yet it also allows the Mongols to rule over religiously diverse populations without immediately forcing conversion. Their tolerance is real in some context, but it is tolerance beneath a sword. The memory of Mongol city destruction becomes part of the empire's weaponry long after the smoke clears. Later cities hear the names of those that fell and draw conclusions. Some surrender quickly, some strengthen walls, some seek alliances, some dismiss the stories as exaggerations until Mongol scouts appear. The reputation grows through a mixture of fact and inflation. Every retelling adds dread. Refugees may exaggerate because trauma enlarges memory. Officials may exaggerate to explain failure. Chroniclers may frame the destruction as divine punishment or apocalypse. The Mongols benefit from all of it. Even false details can serve a true terror. But the Mongols themselves also become dependent on cities. This is the hidden contradiction inside their expansion. The farther they conquer, the more they require scribes, treasuries, workshops, roads, granaries, and tax systems. Their steppe core gives them mobility and military culture, but empire requires settled wealth. Genghis Khan's successors will increasingly rule through cities, even when they maintain steppe traditions. Karakorum itself will grow as an imperial centre. Later Khanates will be shaped by Persian, Chinese, Turkic, and Russian administrative worlds. The conquerors of cities become rulers through cities. The hoofprint and the ledger begin to belong to the same empire. Genghis Khan's own role in this transition is foundational but incomplete. He opens the way. He establishes the principle that cities may be destroyed for resistance and preserved for use. He gathers the specialists who allow Mongol power to adapt. He creates the political discipline that makes extraction possible. Yet the full administrative transformation unfolds over generations. This matters because it prevents a false image of Genghis Khan as either only a destroyer or already the ruler of a mature world bureaucracy. He stands at the hinge. Behind him is the steppe war leader who breaks resistance through terror. Ahead of him is the imperial system that his descendants will build from the ruins and resources he makes available. Enemies often fail to understand this hinge moment. They expect nomads to plunder and leave. Sometimes the Mongols do leave, but increasingly they also return, appoint, tax, recruit, and demand. A city that survives may find that the army outside the walls was only the first form of Mongol power. After the riders come officials, agents, merchants, census takers, and demands for labor. Submission is not the end of danger. It is the beginning of incorporation. For some cities, incorporation brings stability after chaos. For others, it brings exploitation. For all, it means the old independence is gone. The moral weight of these events remains heavy. It is possible to analyze Mongol policy rationally and still recognize the suffering it caused. Strategic terror is still terror. Administrative extraction is still coercion. The preservation of artisans does not undo the killing of their neighbors. The later flourishing of trade under Mongol rule does not erase the cities that burned during the making of that rule. Historical understanding does not require admiration. It requires seeing clearly. Genghis Khan was unstoppable in part because he turned human life into categories of use, threat, and example with a clarity few rulers could match. That clarity built an empire and left graveyards behind it. At the same time, the story is not one of simple disappearance. Many cities recover, adapt, or re-emerge under new conditions. Populations return, trade resumes, new elites rise. Mongol rulers themselves become patrons, tax collectors, and participants in urban economies. The world after conquest is wounded but not empty. This is important because the language of total destruction, common in both medieval lament and modern imagination, can obscure survival. People rebuild even under conquerors. Markets reopen under new masters. Children are born in cities that their grandparents saw burn. Memory of catastrophe becomes part of local identity, but life continues around it. That continuation may be the strangest legacy of all. The Mongols make cities tremble, yet they also tie cities together across distances in new ways. The same empire that destroys Merv helps create conditions for safer long-distance travel in later decades across much of Eurasia. The same conquest that scatters artisans also spreads techniques. The same fear that empties roads can eventually give way to protected caravan movement under Mongol authority. This does not balance the scales morally, as if trade can pay for slaughter. But historically, it shows the double movement of empire: first rupture, then connection, first terror, then administration, first ashes, then roots through the ashes. Under Genghis Khan, the lesson taught to cities is brutally simple. Walls are not enough. Wealth is not enough. Sacred reputation is not enough. A city must decide quickly whether it will become useful to the Mongol order or stand as an obstacle before it. If useful, it may live, though changed and diminished. If an obstacle, it may be turned into a warning that travels farther than any messenger. This lesson spreads from northern China to Central Asia, from oasis to capital. From merchant to ruler, from survivor to survivor, it becomes part of the mental map of Eurasia. And so the cities under the hooves are not merely victims on the edge of the Mongol story. They are central to why the empire grows. They provide the wealth that rewards warriors, the engineers who break more walls, the scribes who record tribute, the merchants who carry information, the terror that opens gates elsewhere, and the administrative bones of rule. Genghis Khan's army begins in a world without walls, but it becomes unstoppable when it learned what to do with walls after they fall. The steppe gives him motion. The cities give him scale. Between them lies the terrible new shape of conquest. The Mongol Empire grows not only because it destroys, but because it refuses to leave useful things behind. This is one of the coldest and most important facts about Genghis Khan's success. A less adaptable conqueror might have ridden through cities, taken animals, seized gold, burned walls, and returned to the grasslands with trophies. Genghis Khan does take wealth, and he does burn when burning serves him, but he also watches carefully for people who know what his own people do not: engineers. Scribes, physicians, translators, merchants, astronomers, armourers, accountants, and administrators become part of the expanding machinery of conquest. The Mongols are terrifying because they move quickly. They become more terrifying because they learn quickly. This willingness to absorb knowledge is not sentimental curiosity. It is survival at imperial scale. The world beyond the steppe is too complex to be ruled by horsemen alone. Cities require records. Taxes require counting. Siege warfare requires specialists. Diplomacy requires languages. Trade requires trust, routes, and contracts. Genghis Khan understands, perhaps more clearly than many of his enemies expect, that power is not diminished by borrowing skills from the conquered. It is enlarged. He does not need Mongols to know everything. He needs Mongol authority to command everyone who knows something useful. The northern Chinese campaigns teach this lesson with particular force. Walls cannot be ridden down. Crossbowmen cannot always be lured into open grass. Fortified cities require machines, miners, carpenters, rope makers, stone throwers, and men who understand angles, pressure, weakness, and patience. Once the Mongols begin capturing such experts, siegecraft becomes portable. A technique learned in one place can be dragged across mountains and deserts to appear before another city that has never seen Mongol cavalry as anything more than a distant rumour. This is one of the empire's most unsettling transformations. Local knowledge stops being local. The Mongols uproot it, transport it, and use it wherever the next wall stands. The same is true of writing. The adoption of the Yiga script for Mongol administration is often treated as a quiet footnote beside the noise of conquest, but it is a turning point of great importance. An oral command can be powerful when the ruler is near. Written orders can travel farther, last longer, and be repeated with greater precision. Records allow tribute to be remembered, obligations to be tracked, appointments to be formalized, and laws or decrees to move beyond the immediate presence of the Khan. The evidence remains incomplete on every administrative detail of the earliest period, but the broader movement is clear. The Mongols are building a state that can remember at distance. This is crucial because empire is a problem of distance. Genghis Khan can inspire fear through reputation, but fear alone cannot collect taxes every year. He can appoint commanders, but commanders need information. He can order campaigns, but campaigns require supplies, maps, translators, and reports. As the Mongol world stretches from the forests and grasslands of Inner Asia toward China, Central Asia, and Iran, the problem grows larger than any one ruler's voice. The solution is not to become a sedentary bureaucracy overnight. The solution is to attach bureaucratic skills to a mobile imperial core. The result is something hybrid, strange, and effective step command using the tools of the cities it has conquered. Merchants occupy a special place in this system. To Genghis Khan, merchants are not merely buyers and sellers. They are carriers of intelligence, diplomatic feelers, suppliers of luxury goods, and links between distant economies. They know roads, prices, political moods, and the reliability of local rulers. They can tell where silver is scarce, where horses are valued, where textiles are produced, where officials are corrupt, where borders are tense. The Mongols reward and protect some merchant groups because commerce serves imperial knowledge. This does not mean the empire is gentle to merchants in general. The disaster at Otrar begins precisely because a merchant caravan tied to Mongol interests is seized and killed. It means that once merchants are under Mongol protection, harming them can become a political offence of the highest order. Translators are equally important. The Mongol expansion crosses Turkic, Chinese, Persian, Arabic, Tangut, and many other linguistic worlds. Orders must be understood. Threats must be unmistakable. Surrender terms must be conveyed clearly enough that later punishment can be framed as justice for disobedience. Without translators, terror becomes noise. With translators, it becomes policy. The Mongols gather people who can move between languages and cultures, and these intermediaries become essential to conquest. They stand in dangerous places, carrying the words of a Khan whose authority depends on being understood even by those who hate him. Administrators turn conquest into extraction. A nomadic army can seize a treasury once. An administrator can make a province pay repeatedly. This distinction changes everything. The Mongols quickly learn to use local officials where useful, especially if those officials can deliver revenue without forcing the conquerors to understand every village directly. In some places, existing tax systems are preserved and redirected. In others, populations are counted and reorganized. The process is often harsh, uneven, and exploitative, and scholars still debate the exact development of Mongol administration under Genghis Khan compared with his successors, but the direction is unmistakable. The empire does not remain a moving raid. It begins to acquire mechanisms for return. The incorporation of conquered soldiers also strengthens the machine. As the Mongols expand, they use subject troops for siege work, infantry support, garrison duty, transport, and sometimes frontline operations. This allows Mongol cavalry to remain the elite mobile corps while others perform tasks less suited to steppe warriors. It also spreads the burden of conquest across conquered populations. A city may fall, and later its people may be forced to help take another city. In this way, the empire feeds on its own victories. Each conquered region supplies not only wealth but labour, knowledge, and manpower for the next campaign. There is a grim practicality in the Mongol treatment of artisans. A skilled metalworker, weaver, doctor, or engineer may survive precisely because his skill makes him valuable. He may then be removed from his home, sent across the empire, and placed in service to people who destroyed his city. Survival becomes inseparable from coercion. From the Mongol perspective, this is intelligent preservation. From the victim's perspective, it can be exile under command. No single explanation fully accounts for the human experience of these movements, because some specialists may have found opportunity under Mongol patronage, while many others experienced forced displacement and loss. What survives in the record suggests both utility and suffering. Genghis Khan's adaptability also appears in his use of local political divisions. He does not need to govern every conquered society through direct Mongol presence if rival factions can be turned to his advantage. A dissatisfied official may provide information. A merchant elite may prefer surrender to destruction. A religious leader may help calm a city in exchange for protection. A rival claimant may seek Mongol support against a local enemy. The Mongols exploit these fractures with the same instinct Temujin once used on the steppe. He had learned that societies are rarely solid. They contain disappointed men, frightened families, ambitious subordinates, and old grudges. Empire grows through cracks. This is why the Mongols often seem to understand their enemies faster than their enemies understand them. Sedentary rulers look at the Mongols and see nomads, perhaps dangerous but culturally inferior, lacking cities, lacking bureaucracy, lacking the refinements of old states. The Mongols look back and ask more practical questions. Who controls the gates? Who pays the troops? Who hates the governor? Where is the grain? Which road floods in spring? Which engineer can be captured? Which merchant knows the next kingdom? They do not need to admire a civilization in order to use it. They do not need to become it in order to extract its strengths. The danger of this system is that it makes the Mongols increasingly composite. Every enemy defeated adds something to them. Chinese siegecraft, Uyghur writing, Muslim merchants, Persian administrators, Turkic intermediaries, steppe cavalry traditions, captured craftsmen, local guides. All of these become pieces of an imperial method. The Mongol identity at the core remains powerful, but the empire's capabilities are never purely Mongol in origin. That is part of its genius. It can remain politically centered on the Khan while technically and administratively borrowing from everywhere. Yet adaptation has limits and costs. The more the empire uses settled administrators, the more it depends on people who do not share the old steppe culture. The more it values taxation, the more tension grows between plunder and preservation. Warriors may want immediate wealth. Administrators may argue for long-term revenue. Commanders may want punishment. Merchants may prefer stability. The Mongol Empire is strong because it can hold these contradictions together. But the contradictions do not disappear. They will shape later conflicts among Genghis Khan's descendants, as different branches of the empire settle into different regions and absorb different traditions. During Genghis Khan's lifetime, however, the central momentum remains outward. Adaptation serves conquest above all. Writing helps commands travel. Engineers help walls fall. Merchants help roads open. Administrators help wealth flow. Translators help submission become legible. Captured soldiers help campaigns continue. Everything useful is bent toward the next movement. This is why he seems unstoppable to so many contemporaries. He does not merely defeat an enemy and move on unchanged. He leaves with part of that enemy attached to him. The deepest irony is that Genghis Khan, a ruler born from the harsh mobility of the steppe, becomes one of history's great organizers of exchange through coercion. He connects worlds by tearing through them. He spreads skills by uprooting people. He protects some roots after making others run with refugees. He values merchants while destroying cities. He uses scribes to record the demands of a power that began beyond the written bureaucracies of the settled world. The contradictions are not accidents. They are the empire's nature. By now, the pattern is unmistakable. The abandoned child learned to survive by accepting help from beyond the expected circle. The rising chief learned to recruit defeated enemies. The Khan of the unified Mongols learned to absorb specialists from conquered states. The world conqueror now turns every frontier into a source of new capacity. His empire is not unstoppable because it is simple. It is unstoppable because it is hungry, disciplined, and unsentimental enough to take complexity from others and make it serve the will of the steppe. An empire built so quickly cannot survive on movement alone. Horses can carry warriors across astonishing distances, and terror can open gates before a siege begins. But neither can settle disputes among followers, regulate plunder, protect trade, punish theft, organize succession, or tell conquered peoples what obedience means after the army has moved on. Genghis Khan's conquests are often remembered through the image of galloping riders and burning cities. Yet one of the reasons his power does not vanish like an ordinary raiding storm is that he ties violence to order. The order is harsh, unequal, and often terrifying, but it is order nonetheless. In the Mongol world, conquest is not simply the breaking of enemies. It is the creation of rules under which enemies, once broken, can be used. The law most often associated with Genghis Khan is known as the yasa. Though here the ground becomes uncertain, no complete original law code survives, and later writers describe its contents in fragments, sometimes centuries after the events. Scholars still debate whether the yasa was a single fixed written code, a body of royal decrees, a set of evolving customs, or an idealized memory of Genghis Khan's commands. The evidence remains incomplete, and any attempt to reconstruct it too neatly risks turning scattered reports into something more precise than the sources allow. Still, the tradition points to a real and important fact. Genghis Khan imposes a discipline that stands above clan custom. His will becomes a legal force, and that force is meant to bind Mongols together before they can dominate others. The first purpose of this order is loyalty. Betrayal is treated as one of the gravest crimes because Genghis Khan's entire life has taught him that divided allegiance destroys families, clans, armies, and states. A man who deserts his unit endangers more than himself. A commander who disobeys can ruin a campaign. A subject ruler who submits and then rebels threatens the credibility of surrender itself. The punishments are severe because the Mongol system depends on trust under extreme movement. Armies split across huge distances must believe that others will arrive where promised. Envoys must believe that their status will be defended. Followers must believe that rewards will be distributed and betrayal punished. In a mobile empire, reliability is a weapon. The regulation of plunder is another pillar. Plunder motivates warriors, but uncontrolled plunder destroys armies. If men scatter too early to seize goods, formations dissolve. If commanders hoard wealth unfairly, loyalty weakens. If the families of the dead receive nothing, courage becomes a bad bargain. Genghis Khan's system seeks to direct greed rather than pretend it does not exist. Wealth taken in conquest is distributed according to rules and rank, with shares for the ruler, commanders, warriors, and sometimes families of those who died. This does not make conquest humane, but it makes the army more dependable. The warrior learns that obedience brings reward, while impatience can bring punishment. The empire turns desire into discipline. Trade protection also becomes part of Mongol order. This can seem strange when placed beside the destruction of cities, but the contradiction is only apparent. Genghis Khan values trade because trade extends his reach. Merchants bring intelligence, revenue, luxury goods, and diplomatic contact. Caravans connect the steppe to China, Central Asia, Persia, and beyond. A ruler who protects merchants can tax movement, gather information, and present himself as master of the routes between worlds. The killing of Mongol merchants and envoys at Otrar becomes catastrophic precisely because it violates this principle. To attack protected commerce is to attack the Khan's authority. In response, he does not merely avenge dead men. He defends the idea that movement under Mongol protection must be sacred, or at least too dangerous to violate. Religious policy fits the same practical pattern. Genghis Khan does not seem interested in forcing all subjects into one faith. The Mongol world is already spiritually diverse, and expansion multiplies that diversity. Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, Taoists, shamans, and others come under Mongol power. Religious specialists may be exempted from some taxes or granted protection, especially if they pray for the Khan, provide legitimacy, or help stabilize communities. This tolerance has often been praised, and in comparative terms it could be striking. Yet it should not be mistaken for modern freedom of conscience. The boundary is political. A holy man who submits may be honored. A religious community that resists can suffer like any other. The Khan is willing to let many roads lead toward heaven, as long as none leads against him. This policy also has a deeper step logic. Traditional Mongol belief does not require the denial of every other sacred power. Eternal heaven grants destiny. But other peoples may have their own holy men, rites, and protective forces. A practical conqueror has little reason to offend them unnecessarily. Better to gather prayers from every direction. Better to let monks, imams, priests, and shamans serve as channels of local stability than to provoke rebellion over doctrine. The empire's tolerance grows not from softness but from hierarchy. Spiritual variety can exist beneath a political unity enforced by the sword. Merit and discipline remain central to the order Genghis Khan creates. Men who prove themselves can rise. Commanders are rewarded for competence. Defeated enemies can enter service if they submit. This is one of the features that makes the Mongol system so dynamic. It draws talent toward the center. A warrior from a humble background can imagine advancement. A captured specialist can survive by usefulness. A foreign administrator can gain influence by helping Mongol rule function. The old clan order does not disappear completely, and noble families still matter. But the Khan's favor becomes a path around inherited limits. In a world where many societies trap status within birth, this gives the Mongol Empire a dangerous flexibility. Yet this flexibility is not gentle. Merit under Genghis Khan serves conquest, not personal fulfillment. A talented engineer may be spared so he can help break the walls of another city. A skilled scribe may be protected so he can count tribute. A brave enemy may be promoted so he can fight his former neighbors. The system rewards ability, but it also consumes it. To be useful to the empire is to be drawn into its motion. The same rule that opens opportunity also erases neutrality. Order also requires communication. The relay system later associated with the Mongol Empire, often called the Yam, develops into a vast network of stations where messengers can obtain fresh mounts, food, and support. Its full expansion belongs especially to the imperial period after the first conquests, but the principle reflects Genghis Khan's core priorities. Messages must travel faster than rebellion. Orders must outrun rumor. Reports from distant commanders must return before conditions change beyond recognition. In an empire of enormous spaces, communication is not an accessory. It is the bloodstream. Without it, the Mongol world would fragment back into powerful regional commands, each tempted to act alone. The same need for order shapes relations among Genghis Khan's own family. His sons are powerful, and their future claims matter. Yochi, Chagatai, Ogadei, and Tolui each stand within the imperial household, but unity among them cannot be assumed. The old uncertainty around Yoki's birth, the rivalry between brothers, and the question of succession all threaten the empire's future. Genghis Khan eventually favours Ogadei as successor, a decision that reflects not only family politics, but the need to prevent open rupture after his death. No single decision can remove ambition, but choosing a successor before death is an attempt to make order outlive the founder. The empire is too vast to be left to a quarrel around a corpse. Even so, the limits of Mongol order are visible. The system depends heavily on the authority of the Khan and the shared memory of conquest. While Genghis Khan lives, his prestige suppresses many tensions. After him, those tensions will return in new forms. Branches of the family will compete, regional interests will grow, conquered cultures will shape different parts of the empire differently. The law, discipline, and shared imperial ideology can delay fragmentation, but they cannot abolish geography or ambition. Scholars still debate how much of later Mongol governance reflects Genghis Khan's original intentions, and how much was developed by his successors in response to new realities. What is clear is that he leaves behind more than momentum. He leaves a framework strong enough for expansion to continue. That framework is one reason his death will not stop the Mongols. Many conquerors build empires that collapse as soon as their personal charisma disappears. Genghis Khan builds a ruling order with commanders, units, laws, succession planning, administrative habits, protected communications, and an ideology of obedience to the house of the Khan. It is not stable in the way a mature bureaucracy may appear stable, but it is far more durable than a loose warband. His people know how to keep moving because he has taught them not only how to conquer, but how to organize conquest after victory. The moral contradiction remains severe. The same order that protects merchants may enslave captives. The same law that punishes theft among Mongols may permit the stripping of cities. The same tolerance that allows many religions to survive may stand beside massacres of populations that resisted. Genghis Khan's order is not justice in the universal sense. It is imperial order, designed to strengthen those inside the system and discipline or exploit those brought under it. To call it law does not soften it. Law can be merciless when written by conquest. Yet from the Mongol point of view, this order transforms chaos into greatness. The steppe that once devoured weak families in cycles of revenge now follows a single command. Warriors who once fought for clan prestige now ride across continents under imperial purpose. Merchants who once risked scattered violence can, in some regions and moments, travel under the protection of the most feared name in Eurasia. Conquered specialists who might have died in ruins are forced into new networks of service. Everything is subordinated to the Khan's design loyalty, movement, belief, wealth, skill, and fear. By this stage, Genghis Khan is no longer simply a brilliant commander. He is the maker of a political gravity. People, goods, prayers, messages, soldiers, and knowledge are pulled toward the center he has created. That center does not need to be beautiful to be powerful. It is severe, disciplined, and hungry for obedience. It offers safety to those who accept its hierarchy and ruin to those who challenge it. The empire's law is therefore inseparable from its terror. One tells people how to live under Mongol rule, the other shows what happens when they refuse. The enemies of Genghis Khan often fail before they understand what kind of enemy he is. They see horsemen and think of raiders. They see distance and think of safety. They see their own cities, walls, armies, dynasties and ancient prestige, and assume that the world they know is heavier than the storm coming toward it. But the Mongols are not merely a storm. A storm passes according to weather. The Mongols observe, divide, remember, and return. Their enemies fail not because they are always weak, foolish, or cowardly, but because many of them are built for a slower kind of danger. By the time they adjust their thinking, the Mongols have already taken away the time needed to act. One of the most common failures is fragmentation. Genghis Khan's opponents often possess enormous resources when counted in the abstract more people. Richer cities, deeper treasuries, older institutions, larger agricultural bases. Yet resources do not fight by themselves. They must be organized into action. The Jin dynasty has wealth and fortifications, but it must defend a broad frontier, manage court politics, and respond through bureaucratic channels that the Mongols disrupt with speed. The Khwarezmian Empire controls great cities and many soldiers, but its ruler disperses forces, distrusts subordinates, and fails to create a unified response. Steppe rivals before them possess brave warriors and noble lineages, but they are divided by clan privilege, old grudges, and jealousy of Temujin's rise. Again and again, the Mongols face enemies larger than themselves but less coherent. This coherence is one of Genghis Khan's greatest weapons. His army can divide operationally without becoming politically divided. Separate columns ride across different routes, but they still serve the same strategic design. Commanders may have initiative, but they are tied to the Khan's order. Units may be far apart, but they are trained to converge. Many opposing states cannot do the same. Their generals compete for prestige. Their governors guard local interests. Their rulers distrust anyone powerful enough to save them. A fortress refuses to help another fortress. A prince waits for clearer orders. A commander hesitates because success might make him dangerous at court. The Mongols exploit hesitation as if it were an open gate. Arrogance also plays its part. Many settled powers underestimate steppe peoples because they measure civilization by cities, writing, agriculture, and court culture. They see nomads as poor, rough, and politically temporary. That judgment contains a dangerous half-truth. The steppe does lack many things cities possess, but it also produces skills cities struggle to match: endurance, riding, archery, mobility, and an instinctive understanding of distance. Genghis Khan adds discipline, law, intelligence, and incorporation to those older strengths. His enemies often notice the poverty and miss the system. They see what the Mongols do not have, but not what the Mongols can take. The killing or mistreatment of envoys reveals this failure of imagination. To a ruler confident in his own status, a Mongol envoy may seem like an insolent messenger from a remote power. To Genghis Khan, the envoy is the voice of his authority. The gap between these perceptions can become fatal. The Khwarezmian disaster grows from exactly such a misreading. Shah Muhammad II treats Mongol demands as something he can answer with insult and violence, perhaps believing that distance, wealth, and Islamic imperial prestige will protect him. He does not understand that for Genghis Khan, the insult is not symbolic decoration around politics. It is politics. If his messengers can be killed without consequence, his entire system of command and submission is weakened. Therefore the consequence must be continental. Another failure lies in rigid military thinking. Armies trained for set battles may struggle against an enemy that refuses to fight on expected terms. Heavy forces want contact. Fortified cities want the attacker to commit to slow siege. Frontier commanders want to predict routes. The Mongols deny these comforts. They retreat when pursued, attack when ignored, bypass strong points, appear behind defences, and strike supply networks instead of symbols. They do not treat battle as an honourable appointment. They treat it as one tool among many. If battle helps, they fight. If not, they starve, deceive, isolate, or terrify. This flexibility unsettles opponents who expect war to follow familiar rituals. Communication failures compound the disaster. A ruler may receive news that the Mongols are far away, but the report is already old. A governor may send for help, but roads are cut. A city may believe another city still holds, only to learn that it has fallen and its survivors are carrying the warning forward. The Mongols attack the information system of their enemies by moving faster than reports can stabilize. In a crisis, uncertainty becomes corrosive. Officials delay because they do not know enough. Commanders move cautiously because they fear traps. Local elites begin negotiating separately because they no longer trust the center. The empire or dynasty under attack starts to disassemble itself mentally before it disassembles politically. Genghis Khan's enemies also fail because they often cannot match his use of talent. In many courts, rank, family, faction, and ceremony shape command. Capable men may be blocked by jealous rivals. Warnings may be ignored because they come from inconvenient sources. Local knowledge may fail to reach the ruler. The Mongols are not free from politics, but under Genghis Khan. Useful ability has a clear path to power if it serves conquest. Jebe, Subutai, Mukali. And others rise because they deliver results. Captured engineers are used because they know how to break walls. Translators are valued because they make threats intelligible. The Mongol system wastes less talent at the moment of war than many of its enemies can afford to waste. Fear of internal rivals weakens resistance in another way. A settled ruler facing invasion may hesitate to concentrate military power under a brilliant general, because that general might become a threat. A prince may refuse to cooperate with another prince. A governor may conserve troops to protect his own province rather than risk them for the wider state. Genghis Khan's rise had been built by crushing precisely these alternative centres of power among the Mongols. His enemies often still live with them. Their political caution becomes military vulnerability. Still, it would be false to say that all resistance is foolish or doomed from the beginning. The Mongols can be beaten in particular battles. Jalal al-Din wins at Parwan. Fortresses can hold for months. Terrain can hinder cavalry. Weather can strain horses. Forests, mountains, wetlands, and tropical climates can reduce the advantages of steppe warfare. The evidence remains incomplete for many campaigns, but the broad pattern shows that Mongol success depends on adaptation, not magic. Their enemies fail most completely when they assume that one victory, one wall, one delay, or one local success means the danger has passed. The Mongols are willing to lose a hand and keep the arm moving. The deeper reason so many enemies fail is that Genghis Khan fights whole systems. He does not merely seek the enemy army, he seeks the weaknesses connecting army, ruler, city, road, morale, and legitimacy. If the ruler flees, he is pursued. If the city resists, its factions are probed. If the army advances, it is drawn out. If envoys are harmed, the punishment becomes a message. If artisans are captured, they are turned against the next target. If merchants know the road becomes Mongol knowledge. Every part of the enemy's world can be converted into either a weakness or a resource. This is why he appears unstoppable. Not because no one can stand against Mongol riders for an hour, a day, or even a campaign, but because standing against them requires unity, speed, discipline, intelligence, flexibility, and political trust all at once. Few states possess all of these at the moment of crisis. The Mongols do. Their enemies discover that courage is not enough, numbers are not enough, walls are not enough, and wealth is not enough. Against Genghis Khan, survival requires coherence. And coherence is exactly what he spent his life building for himself and destroying in others. The final years of Genghis Khan do not feel like an ending while they are happening. They feel like continuation. The empire is still moving, still absorbing, still punishing, still reorganizing the world around its own momentum. The Great Western Campaign has shattered Khwarazm, and Mongol commanders have returned with knowledge of lands far beyond the original horizon of the steppe. Northern China remains unfinished but deeply wounded. Trade routes are changing, captives, envoys, craftsmen, and rumours are moving through the expanding imperial system. A lesser ruler might have paused to enjoy the terrifying scale of what had already been won. Genghis Khan does not seem to have understood power as something to be admired from a distance. Power, for him, must remain active, or it begins to decay. His last major campaign turns against the Tangut Kingdom of Western Xia, a state that had long existed between the worlds of China, Tibet, the steppe, and the desert corridors. The Tanguts had submitted earlier to Mongol pressure, but had not always served Mongol interests as expected, especially when Genghis Khan called for support during the Western campaigns. To the Mongol mind, this is not a minor failure of alliance. It is disobedience inside a hierarchy that the Khan has built through decades of blood. A subject that refuses the demands of the centre threatens the meaning of submission itself. So the final campaign is not only conquest, it is correction. It is a warning to every ruler who thinks distance, delay, or partial obedience can soften Mongol authority. Western Jie is not an easy target in the simple sense. Its territory includes fortified cities, deserts, mountains, agricultural zones, and a political culture shaped by contact with larger neighbours. The Tanguts are not merely a footnote to Mongol history. They possess their own language, Buddhist traditions, administration, and military resources. Yet they stand in the path of a ruler who has already broken steppe rivals, challenged the Jinnah, and devastated Khwarazm. By this stage, Mongol warfare has acquired a terrible maturity. The army can move, scout, besiege, negotiate, punish, and absorb expertise with practiced confidence. The Tanguts face not the young Temujin struggling among clans, but the old Genghis Khan whose system has learned from half a lifetime of war. The campaign is severe. Mongol forces press into Western Xia, taking cities and tightening pressure. As with many parts of Genghis Khan's life, the details of his final months are obscured by legend, political memory, and the silence that surrounds sacred or embarrassing matters. The evidence remains incomplete. Some traditions say he falls from a horse, others suggest illness, wounds, or complications from battle. Later stories grow more elaborate, including disputed tales involving a Tangut princess or hidden injury, but these belong more to legend than secure history. What can be said with confidence is simpler and more powerful in 1227, while the campaign against Western Xia is still unfolding. Genghis Khan dies. The death of such a ruler creates a problem larger than grief. His authority has held together sons, commanders, conquered peoples, and an imperial system stretched across enormous distances. Many empires built around a single conqueror fracture immediately when the conqueror dies. The body cools, and ambition wakes. Brothers measure one another, generals calculate, subject peoples test the edges of obedience, news of death can become a signal for revolt. Genghis Khan's final achievement is that his death does not stop the machine he has built. It slows, shifts, conceals, and continues. The concealment of his death during the campaign is often described as deliberate, meant to prevent enemies from gaining confidence before Mongol objectives are secured. Whether every detail is recoverable or not, the idea fits Mongol political logic. The Khan's living presence is a weapon, and the sudden knowledge of its absence could change enemy behavior. The Tangut state is soon destroyed, and later memory often links its destruction to the vengeance or final will of Genghis Khan. As with many Mongol punishments, the message matters as much as the military outcome. A ruler who refuses obedience at the edge of the Khan's life is erased at the edge of history. Then comes the burial, one of the most enduring mysteries attached to Genghis Khan. Tradition holds that he is buried secretly somewhere in Mongolia, often associated with the sacred Burkan Khaldun mountain region, a place deeply tied to his life and spiritual world. The funeral party is said in later accounts to have killed those who saw the procession, trampled the gravesite with horses, diverted attention, or concealed the location through extreme measures. Some of these stories may be exaggerated or symbolic, meant to express the sacred secrecy of the burial rather than provide literal procedure. Scholars still debate the location of the tomb, and despite searches, no confirmed grave has been found. The mystery remains powerful because it feels appropriate. A man who made half the world hear his name disappears into a landscape that refuses to give him back. That hidden burial is more than a historical puzzle. It reveals the difference between Mongol memory and the monumental habits of many settled empires. Genghis Khan does not leave behind a pyramid, a carved imperial tomb open to pilgrims, or a stone mausoleum meant to dominate the landscape. His absence is protected, not displayed. The founder returns to the sacred geography of the steppe, to mountain, forest, and silence. This secrecy may reflect older Mongol elite burial customs. Spiritual beliefs, political caution, or all of these together. No single explanation fully accounts for the force of the tradition, but the result is striking. The most expansive conqueror in history leaves no visible grave. His chosen successor, Ögedei, does not take full power instantly in the modern sense. The Mongol imperial system requires assembly, recognition, and the management of family authority. Tolui, the youngest son, serves as a regent for a time, and the great Kurultai later confirms Ögedei as Khan. This succession matters enormously. Genghis Khan had made the decision before his death, and although tensions remain, the empire avoids immediate collapse. Yoshi has already died before his father, leaving his own sons, including Batu, to inherit Western claims. Chagatai remains powerful but difficult. Tolui controls important forces and prestige. Any of these lines could have helped tear the empire apart. Instead, the imperial family for the moment preserves enough unity to continue expansion. This is where Genghis Khan becomes truly unlike many conquerors. His armies do not stop because the founder is gone. Under Ögedei and the great commanders, Mongol campaigns continue on an even wider scale. The Jin dynasty is finally destroyed. Korea is pressured. The invasion of Europe begins under Batu and Subutai. The Islamic world continues to feel Mongol force. China will eventually be fully conquered by Genghis Khan's grandson Kublai. Persia will fall under Hulagu. The Russian principalities will come under Mongol domination. These later campaigns belong to his descendants, but they are possible because the system he built survives the moment that should have shattered it. His death, therefore, does not end his power. it proves its depth. While alive, Genghis Khan commands through presence, fear, reward, and judgment. After death, he commands through institutions, laws, family arrangements, military organization, reputation, and the ambitions he has unleashed. The Mongols continue to act as if the world can still be divided into those who submit and those who must be made examples. The founder's voice is gone, but the grammar of conquest remains. There is something almost unsettling in this. A man born into abandonment creates a structure that refuses to abandon his project even when he himself disappears. The child whose family was left to starve builds an empire in which loyalty to his line becomes a continental fact. The captive who once escaped through darkness leaves behind commanders capable of crossing the known world. The warrior who began with tribal survival dies during another campaign of punishment, and his people carry on as if his will has become weather. The final image is not of stillness, but of motion continuing around absence. Somewhere in the homeland, a body is hidden. Somewhere in Western Xia, a kingdom is collapsing. Somewhere on the roads, messengers carry orders under the authority of a dead man whose death may not yet be known. Somewhere, commanders are already thinking beyond the horizon. Genghis Khan is gone, but the empire he made has learned to move without him. That may be the clearest measure of why he was unstoppable. Not that death could not reach him, but that even death could not immediately stop what he had set in motion. The legacy of Genghis Khan begins with contradiction, and it has never escaped it. To some, he is the destroyer of cities, the breaker of kingdoms, the architect of massacres whose memory darkened entire regions for centuries. To others, especially within Mongolian memory, he is the founder, the unifier, the lawgiver, the man who took scattered peoples and gave them a name, a structure, and a place in world history. Both images contain truth, and neither is complete alone. Genghis Khan cannot be understood if the violence is softened, but he also cannot be understood if the empire is reduced only to violence. His power reshaped Eurasia because it destroyed, connected, reorganized, terrified, protected, uprooted, and transmitted all at once. The first and most obvious legacy is political. Before Temujin, the Mongolian steppe was divided among rival tribes, clans, and confederations whose alliances shifted with need and ambition. After Genghis Khan, it had been forced into a new imperial identity. The word Mongol became attached not only to one group among others, but to a ruling order that could absorb many peoples and project power across continents. This transformation outlived him. His descendants would rule in China, Central Asia, Persia, the Russian steppe, and beyond. Even when the empire fractured into khanates, those khanates carried his lineage as a source of legitimacy. To claim descent from Genghis Khan became one of the most powerful political currencies in Inner Asia for centuries. The second legacy is military. Genghis Khan did not invent horse archery, steppe mobility, tribal confederation, or the use of terror in war. These all existed before him in different forms. His achievement was combination and scale. He fused steppe mobility with strict discipline, intelligence networks, merit-based command, psychological warfare, siege expertise, and a system for absorbing defeated peoples. The result was not an army in the ordinary sense, but a mobile political machine. Later commanders such as Subutai would use that machine to conduct campaigns of astonishing range and complexity. The Mongol method forced many states to confront the limits of slower armies, rigid hierarchies, and fragmented command. For a time, The map itself seemed unable to harden fast enough against them. The third legacy is administrative, though it is often hidden behind the smoke of conquest. Genghis Khan's empire helped create conditions for unprecedented movement across Eurasia, especially under his successors. The relay system protected envoys, merchant privileges, censuses, tax systems, and reliance on multilingual administrators allowed the Mongol world to connect regions that had long interacted but rarely under one political umbrella. The so-called Pax Mongolica, a later term used to describe the relative security of trade across Mongol-controlled routes, should not be romanticized. It was built after enormous violence and remained uneven. Yet it did allow merchants, diplomats, missionaries, artisans, and information to move across vast distances with new intensity. The same empire that left cities in ruins also helped open roads between civilizations. That contradiction shaped cultural exchange, technologies, artistic styles, medical knowledge, astronomical ideas, military techniques, textiles, and religious communities moved through Mongol networks. Chinese artisans could be sent west. Muslim administrators could serve Mongol rulers. European travelers could reach courts deep in Asia. Persian historians could write under Mongol patronage. Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, and shamanic traditions interacted within imperial spaces. The Mongols did not create all these exchanges from nothing, and scholars still debate how much change should be credited directly to Mongol rule rather than to longer trade patterns already in motion. But Mongol conquest accelerated contact by forcing distant worlds into one imperial conversation, often brutally, sometimes productively, always under pressure. The demographic and environmental consequences are harder to measure. Medieval sources describe catastrophic population losses in parts of Central Asia, Iran, northern China, and elsewhere. Modern historians approach exact numbers cautiously, because chroniclers often exaggerated and because population data is incomplete. Yet there is no doubt that many regions suffered severe disruption through massacre, flight, famine, enslavement, and the breakdown of irrigation or agriculture. Some places recovered, others declined for long periods, still others changed political and economic direction. No single explanation fully accounts for the uneven aftermath. Mongol violence was a major force, but it interacted with pre-existing political weakness, environmental fragility, trade shifts, and later events. The legacy was not one uniform wasteland. It was a patchwork of devastation, adaptation, and renewal. Genghis Khan's reputation also became a weapon long after his death. In Mongol and later Turkic political culture, dissent from him could legitimize rule even among people who no longer lived as his first followers had lived. Dynasties and conquerors invoked his name, his law, his memory, or his bloodline to claim authority. In other traditions, his name became almost apocalyptic, a symbol of divine punishment, barbarian destruction, or the fragility of civilization before mounted violence. These memories were shaped by experience. A city that survived under Mongol protection remembered differently from a city destroyed after resistance. A Mongol noble remembered the founder differently from a Persian chronicler, mourning the ruin of Khwarezm. History did not preserve one Genghis Khan. It preserved many, each reflecting the wound or inheritance left behind. Modern memory adds another layer. In Mongolia, Genghis Khan is often honored as the father of the nation, a figure of unity after centuries in which his image could be politically suppressed or reshaped. His name appears on monuments, currency, airports, institutions, and public symbols. Elsewhere, he remains associated with conquest and mass death. Both reactions are understandable. A people's founder can also be another people's catastrophe. The difficulty is holding these truths together without flattening either one. To admire his state building while ignoring the slaughter is dishonest. To condemn the slaughter while ignoring the scale of his political achievement is incomplete. The historical Genghis Khan stands in the uncomfortable space where genius and brutality are not opposites. Why? Then, was he unstoppable? Not because he was invincible in every moment. His forces could lose battles, his campaigns faced delays, his empire depended on animals, weather, geography, and human loyalty like every other power. He was unstoppable because he solved, more effectively than his rivals, the central problems of his world. He turned step fragmentation into unity. He turned personal loyalty into an institution. He turned defeated enemies into soldiers and specialists. He turned terror into communication. He turned merchants into intelligence networks. He turned mobility into strategy. He turned law into discipline and discipline into expansion. Most of all, he made his empire cumulative. Each victory added something to the next. His enemies usually fought the army in front of them. Genghis Khan fought the system behind them. He attacked alliances, morale, communications, legitimacy, supply, leadership, and time. He understood that a ruler defeated in the field could still matter if allowed to flee, that a city spared could be more useful than a city destroyed, that a city destroyed could open the gates of others, that a talented enemy could become a loyal commander, and that distance was not emptiness but opportunity. This strategic imagination made him more than a conqueror of territory. It made him a conqueror of possibilities. And yet his legacy remains shadowed by the lives consumed in making those possibilities real. Behind the maps of empire are families separated, fields abandoned, libraries burned, artisans uprooted, rulers hunted, and cities forced to decide between submission and ruin. The record that survives is full of gaps, exaggerations, silences, and political memory. But the human cost cannot be brushed aside. Genghis Khan changed history because he changed the lives of millions, often without their consent and often through terror. The final legacy, perhaps, is the reminder that civilization is not always conquered by what it considers more advanced. Sometimes it is overcome by a force better adapted to crisis, more coherent under pressure, and more willing to learn from those it defeats. The Mongols came from a world many settled empires underestimated, and they used that underestimation as one more advantage. Genghis Khan was born in vulnerability, shaped by betrayal, hardened by exile, and elevated by a genius for organization. He made the step into a state, the state into an army, and the army into an empire whose echoes still move through history. He was unstoppable not because he belonged outside history, but because he understood the harshest rules of his age and rewrote them before his enemies realized the game had changed. After the thunder of hooves fades, what remains is not silence exactly, but distance. The kind of distance that gathers over old roads, ruined walls, forgotten campsites, and river valleys where armies once passed so quickly that the people watching could hardly understand what had happened until the world they knew was already gone. Genghis Khan's life ends, but the movement he begins continues outward, carried by sons, grandsons, generals, envoys, merchants, scribes, captives, and survivors. His name remains behind them like a mark burned into the memory of Eurasia. To look back at him now is to look at a landscape of opposites. He is the abandoned child and the maker of emperors, the lawgiver and the destroyer, the unifier of a people and the terror of many others, the man without a visible tomb who left traces across continents. His empire rises from grass, hunger, horses, loyalty, punishment, and the terrible clarity of a leader who understands that power belongs not only to those who win battles, but to those who can make victory repeat itself. Yet time changes the shape of every conqueror. The cities he broke are no longer only ruins. Some vanished, some recovered, some changed their names, some became layers beneath later streets. The roads his armies opened carried not only soldiers, but traders, monks, diplomats, diseases, stories, technologies, and maps of a wider world. The same conquest that brought grief also forced distant civilizations into contact. History rarely offers clean endings. It leaves mixtures, ash and exchange. Memory and myth, terror and transformation. Somewhere in Mongolia, perhaps near a sacred mountain, perhaps beneath forest, stone, or earth that has guarded its secret for 8 centuries, the grave of Genghis Khan remains hidden. No monument fully contains him. No single chronicle explains him. No simple judgment exhausts him. The evidence remains incomplete, and maybe that is fitting. A life that turned movement into empire ends in stillness that cannot be found. The wind still moves over the steppe. It bends the grass, crosses old grazing lands, and passes through spaces where tents once stood and riders once gathered under banners. It carries no voices that can be clearly heard now, only the suggestion of a world where survival was hard, loyalty was precious, and one man learned to turn the scattered force of the open land into a power that shook the settled earth. In the end, Genghis Khan disappears back into the landscape that made him, while history continues to feel the pressure of his passing, like hoofprints slowly filling with dust.